Nothing gets left on the cutting room floor from our show prep. I didn't get to Carville. I didn't get to Scott Jennings. I didn't get to to Robert Ray. I didn't get to Saturday Night Live. Generalissimo will bring that to you on Dwayne.world or Dwayne's World. Subscribe to both Highly Concentrated Hugh and the Dwayne's World. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Dwayne. I'll talk to you tomorrow, America, on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you in part by eVoiceAmerica.com.
But you absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-745-9090. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-745-9090. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-745-9090.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show. There's a communist plot to take over America. The new documentary, Beneath Sheep's Clothing, exposes the dark truth.
Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of American students.
America's schools have been turned into Marxist-Maoist re-education centers.
Here's the thing about communism. When it comes knocking at your door, it doesn't say, "Hi, I'm here to impoverish, enslave, and murder you." It says, "I'm here to liberate you from oppression."
You take over the colleges of education, then you take over all the teachers, then you take over all the students, and thus you get the future.
Beneath Sheep's
Fox rocks.
I'm Monica DeLuca. Sabrina Carpenter's Please, Please, Please becomes the singer's first Billboard Hot 100 #1. The song and her other hit, Espresso, which is at #4, are a part of her upcoming album, Short and Sweet, due out August 23rd. Cardi B is already talking about her third album before her second drops. The Grammy-winning rapper says her third album may be in Spanish. After polling fans on Instagram, Cardi B responding, "We getting a Spanish album after my English album." But there's still no word on release dates. Miss Lauryn Hill and the Fugees announced 2024 tour dates, beginning August 9th in Tampa, Florida, ending October 22nd in the Netherlands. The newly announced shows celebrate the anniversaries of albums The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill and The Score. The hip-hop trio canceled shows in November due to vocal strain. That's Fox Rocks on Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM. And 104.3 HD3.
The White House calls it a bad night on Lisa Brady, Fox News. Spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre using that phrase repeatedly in the first White House briefing since last week's debate.
We understand. We're not taking away from what you all saw, or what the American people saw.
Also doubling down on the president having a cold, but she says he was not taking any cold medication and tells reporters they're not hiding any information about the president's health or his ability to do the job.
What I can say is that, just to take a step back, it was a bad night. We understand that it was a bad night. And the president has spoken to this. And he understands that.
Jean-Pierre highlighting some other unscripted events coming up for the president, including a news conference at a NATO event next week. Tomorrow, he's now scheduled to meet with Democratic governors. At least one Democrat in Congress now publicly calling for him to withdraw from the race. Texas Representative Lloyd Doggett. Sentencing is postponed for former President Trump, pushed back from next week to September as the judge in his New York hush money case agrees to allow motions on the potential impact of yesterday's Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity.
Earlier on Tuesday, the Manhattan DA's office said it would be open to a sentencing delay. The decision means the former president will not be sentenced days prior to the Republican National Convention, where he will accept his party's nomination for president.
Fox's Gernal Scott, lawyers for the former president, taking issue with some of the evidence used to convict him of falsifying business records, which included social media posts from then-President Trump and witness testimony about Oval Office meetings. Hurricane Beryl now blamed for at least 6 deaths in the Caribbean as it churns toward Jamaica, back down to a Category 4 storm after becoming the earliest ever Cat 5 in the Atlantic. A late rally on Wall Street. The Dow up 162 at the bell, the NASDAQ topping 18K. America is listening to Fox News.
Cool off with Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Balancing tart and sweet notes, taste the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacay with this smooth, creamy, and vibrant treat. Don't miss out and get it while you can. Head on over to Frosty Time and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Supreme Court turns away a teenager's lawsuit against a major social media company.
The Supreme Court won't hear the lawsuit that accuses Snap, the owner of Snapchat, of failing to protect underage users. The Texas teen involved in the case accused a female teacher of sexually assaulting him. She pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Lower courts found that Snapchat was shielded by a law called the Communications Decency Act, which protects internet companies from liability for content posted on their platforms. Justices Clarence Thomas and Neil Gorsuch said they would have granted the appeal. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The Biden administration is telling emergency room doctors they must perform emergency abortions when needed to save a pregnant woman's health after last week's Supreme Court ruling that failed to settle a legal dispute over whether a state abortion ban overrides a federal law requiring hospitals to provide stabilizing treatment. A letter obtained by the Associated Press is being sent to doctors and hospital associations from Health and Human Services, reminding of a legal duty to offer stabilizing treatment. An officer is injured, a suspect dead after a standoff in Oklahoma City.
An Oklahoma City police officer struck by gunfire while responding to a call about a man holding a gun to someone's head at a home.
That officer did undergo surgery and is doing well at this time.
Captain Valerie Littlejohn says the suspect, who barricaded himself inside for several hours, continued to fire on officers despite attempts to negotiate.
An officer was able to discharge his firearm, striking the suspect. The suspect was determined to be deceased here at the scene.
Officials are investigating what led to the incident, noting 2 women and 3 children who were in the home are safe.
Fox's Christian Goodwin recapping stocks. The Dow up 162, new records for the S&P and the NASDAQ. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Introducing GTA Fiber, bringing fiber connection all the way to your home. Now you can get lightning fast speeds of up to 1 gig. That's 1,000 Mbps. With 1 gig high-speed internet, you can now enjoy lightning fast downloads and uploads that will leave you amazed. Seamless streaming of your favorite movies, shows, and music. Lag-free gaming. Effortless connectivity for all your devices, ensuring everyone in your household stays connected. Plus, you get our next-gen Plume Wi-Fi, built on Guam's most reliable network. Visit GTA.net to see if fiber is available in your area. GTA Fiber. Nothing beats fiber.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4777. 962.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Howdy and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. 2 of the suspects in a 2023 homicide have had their cases dismissed in the Superior Court of Guam. Brandon Chandler and Jason Manibusan have been released from the Department of Corrections after the Office of the Attorney General made an oral motion on Monday to have their charges dismissed relative to the 2023 death of Guam National Guard recruiter Jason Sasuico. The dismissal was the result of extensive discussion held before Judge Arthur Barcinas, who was scheduled to hold a trial this week for Chandler and Manibusan, along with co-defendants Cynthia Kanata and Jordan Babauta. In other news, a tow truck driver with an expired business license faces criminal charges after towing and storing a vehicle at the request of a condominium homeowners association, according to a magistrate's complaint filed in Superior Court. Robert Keith Sargi was charged with theft of property, and theft by deception as third-degree felonies, 2 counts of failure to comply with tow truck business requirements and towing notice requirements as violations. In October, a woman left on military deployment with her vehicle parked in an assigned parking spot in her condominium. The complaint states the parking space was assigned to someone else, and the association had Sargi tow the car on February 12th. We'll have more news after this.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
It's yet another way to deal with the island's ever-growing drug crisis. Senator Chris Barnett tells his colleagues during yesterday's legislative session that his bill is simple. The more fentanyl and methamphetamine you deal, the longer your mandatory prison time will be. His bill 23937 would boost the sentencing and fines based on the amount of drugs trafficked or manufactured. It would also remove the first-time offender safety valve for trafficking and manufacturing crimes. Senators sent Barnett's bill to the voting file, and it is set to be voted on in a few days. And finally, from opening a time capsule to swearing in new members of the local bar and hosting a local summit, Judiciary of Guam will be hosting multiple events this week in recognition of the 50th anniversary of the Court Reorganization Act. This Act of 1974, or Public Law 1285, established the Superior Court of Guam as it's known today, as well as the first Supreme Court of Guam, laying the foundation for an independent judicial branch. This Friday, officials will open a 32-year-old time capsule at 4:20 in the afternoon in the front lawn of the Guam Judicial Center. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
It's only 32 years old?
32.
Leave it in there. It's not ready to go. It's got more growing to do. Wait until it spreads out a little bit more roots. 32 years. I mean, it doesn't sound like you asked me about a time of 50 years is a time capsule. Let's go back to 19.
About that. 32 seemed like an odd number to open it.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know. Cool, though. It's cool.
All right, that's fine. I forgot to go to law school, so I'm sure there's a perfectly good jurisprudence reasons why they're pulling it out a little bit earlier. Scattered showers and thunder. It's like in that vampire movie. How dare you wake me up so early? I was supposed to sleep for another 1,000 years. That's where my head's at this morning. Where's yours? Partly sunny today with highs near 89 degrees. East winds 9 to 13 miles an hour. Gusting as high as about 18 miles an hour. I want to put the weather, the satellite gizmo back up on the screen because I'm not sure Well, I suppose maybe. All right, they're saying that we might get some scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for today and tonight. A little bit worrisome. There are scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for tomorrow. I'm looking at where Guam is, and I'm kind of hoping that, I can see some chop coming in from the east, but I'm hoping that that's going to dissipate or blow over by the time it gets to be Independence Day. Mostly cloudy in the forecast for tomorrow with highs near 87 degrees, east winds 8 to 13 miles an hour. I hope the mostly cloudy isn't going to impact poorly your visibility for the fireworks. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Mostly sunny by Friday with highs near 89 degrees. That's good news. East-northeast winds 8 to 11 miles an hour. Partly cloudy on Friday evening with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. With a heat index today going to feel like 92 degrees. That's not bad. 40% chance of rain to cool things down. Rip currents, man of war. Be careful around and in the water. Sunrise this morning was at 5:58. Some gorgeous shots from Pirates Cove on the screen a little bit earlier. Sunset tonight should be about 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Celebrating now 70 years.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Can do 613. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines. And let me describe how they are global presence, but a local home, right? I mean, they got ships that ply the oceans all around the world. But right here on Guam, they decided they want to help out the guys over at VFW. So they helped out. All the APL guys showed up last Saturday over at Cost You Less, had a big food and goodies drive. So if you're going to be at the VFW picnic at Epal Beach Park, Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park this weekend, just there tomorrow. What am I saying? Tomorrow, as the B-man Dennis Larson, then just know some of that certified Angus beef that you're chewing was set up and part of a donation from guys like APL and the people that helped them out over at Cost You Less. Global presence with a local home for sure.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Giddy from the results of the debate, and still giddy from the results of the Supreme Court rulings yesterday. It's just I'm tired of winning. What was the big winning story for Trump this morning? Is they've pushed off for a couple of weeks the sentencing in the hush money trial. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay, you know what? Never mind, because the Supreme Court. Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll do the thing with the thing. We'll tell you. We'll get back to you.
They're scared because they know he's coming back, and like, oh, there's going to be repercussions.
All right,
consequences.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we are today. This is the where things have fallen. Supreme Court and the ruling. We talked a lot about that yesterday. Now, folks, kind of try to sort out what it all meant. And what I think the hair on fire lefty crowd has decided is that President Donald Trump and You need only go as far as Axios. I don't know how much you read Axios. Somebody actually turned me on to Axios about a year and a half ago, said, you've got to be reading this, man. Axios is fair and balanced. And I'm going, okay, well, I'm kind of like the idea of fair and balanced. I mean, there's no secret that, I tend to identify conservative-leaning. Sort of, and certain sometimes my libertarian will pop out. But Axios says today their big story is one big thing: imperial presidency in the waiting. And that's all X and Twitter was doing yesterday, was trying to gaslight people and scare people into thinking, oh, well, Trump has got actual presidential immunity on all of his official acts. Anything that can be officially deemed as part of the, workings of the presidential office of the United States of America, for which there are no limits. There's no limits. The guy can do anything. If reelected, Axios says, former President Trump plans to immediately test the boundaries of presidential and governing power, knowing the restraints of Congress and the courts are dramatically looser than during his first term. It's not just the Supreme Court ruling on Monday that presidents enjoy substantial legal immunity for actions in office. Trump would come to office with a cabinet and a staff pre-vetted for loyalty and a fully compliant Republican coalition in Congress, devoid of critics in positions of real power. And this is where it gets to be, oh man, the stink of BS is popping up here. That's a big reason many Democrats worry President Biden is making one of the biggest gambles in U.S. history by staying in the race amid acute concerns about his age, because he's got to be the lone man standing in the gap between democracy and a new kind of imperial government of the United States of America, led by Orange Man, bad Orange Man, Donald J. Trump. There's just so much that you can swallow at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. I might intersperse and drop some of this, some of the other hair on fire. Oh my God, we've created a monster
I
deal.
hope Trump's press secretary is sarcastic as heck.
Oh God,
I hope he picks a good one.
Who is that? Well, who's the one? I actually like the guy. He was kind of a come from behind dude. And I got a little saucer.
Sorry, yeah.
But you know who I'm talking about?
Come from behind.
Yeah, and then what's his name's the governor's daughter, and she's a governor out there somewhere now as well. I mean, she got.
What was her name,
I don't know.
man?
I mean, it's like five. It was before.
Huckabee?
Yeah. It was before COVID. You cannot expect me to remember crap from before COVID. Anyway, so welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Honored to once again beg your indulgence in a nomination vote for Pica's Best Radio Station. That's 93.3 The Point, and honored to once again indulge your nomination for me as Pica's Best Radio Personality. The name is spelled RAYGIBSON. You could put a William if you want to, but it freaks people out because they're like, you don't look like a Will, you don't look like a Bill, you don't look like it's a long story. I'm not going to get too far into it. It's there's that. Oh, and a reminder, tickets are moving fast. Tickets are moving fast. I can't tell you how many
throwback?
For the throwback to July 13th,
of course
Club Zoo. It's going to be massive. I mean, we're putting together, just assembling the greatest playlist that you have ever danced to in one night. We will gather the generations over at Club Zoo. Go to guamtime.net on the World Wide Web. Do it now so you don't have to worry about it, because you're going to get drunk tomorrow. You might get drunk today. You might be drunk now. And so that's
I
good.
hope you are.
If you are drunk, go ahead and go to guamtime.net and buy like 100 tickets. Just buy 100 tickets. You know, you want to know 100 people.
YOLO.
Yeah. One for all of your friends. Hand them out to everybody over at Polaris Point tomorrow. Just you be the friendly. Everybody will love you. So guamtime.net, $20 plus taxes and fees, and that will get you into the place. Jose Martinez. Yes, we're already on Trump derangement syndrome. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse before before it gets better. I mean, we've got months of this. You realize that we're still about 140 days away from the general election.
So much
here
fun.
and there.
So much fun.
And there's
on the
so much winning yet to do, and the Democrats are still gobsmacked over what to do about the election.
Clap.
What are we gonna do?
Slow clap.
What are we gonna do? This is really ugly.
We did it, Joe.
Can't have him up there forever.
We did it, Joe.
Nobody wants Kamala. And they talked to Gavin Newsom about it, and Gavin Newsom said, "Oh yeah, you want me to put together a national presidential campaign to run against Donald Trump in 4 months?
No problem.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm thinking about 2028, not this loser for 2024. It is possible, as I mentioned yesterday, that they're just going to have to deal with Joe Biden and understand that they're going to lose an election and 4 years, depending on. We haven't even talked about this yet because there's still wild-eyed speculation on who Donald Trump's vice president is going to be.
Tulsi.
You know what? I've been busy.
Rosary.
I haven't been returning any phone calls.
The sorrowful mysteries
to Mar-a-Lago. I understand my name has come up a couple of times.
Oh, nice.
But you know what? I'd rather
Dude,
be.
I hope you take me with you too,
bro. I'd rather be here on 93.3 doing a thing.
Making fun of them.
Yes, all of them, right and left. Anyway, 6:21 in the morning. A lot of items in the table of contents, which is no, there's not. There's not. And I feel bad for Norman. Because number one, we tease him about his shirts relentlessly, and number two, the other part of it, there's just not a lot of news here today. The legislature's in a weird kind of limbo.
We'll make some.
Can you find me somebody at the legislature we haven't talked to like 15 times this week? Like maybe like Joanne. We didn't talk to Joanne in a while, right?
No.
Okay.
We haven't. I like her.
Well, and when she says, what does Ray want to talk about? I want to sit rep. What's going on over at the legislature? Because they spent like all last week talking about Parkinson's bills, 175, one other measure, but they haven't really gotten around to another, 18 measures, plus a couple of veto overrides. And now it's not June session anymore because it's already July the 3rd. Now, I'm not no legal expert. I'm no legislative expert. I don't know what's supposed to happen next. And I'm wondering maybe if somebody over at the legislature might know. We'll see what we can find out for you a little bit later on. But that's the big deal. A couple other big stories floating around in the Department of Education. Do you know how many lunches they served in the last school year? How many breakfasts they served in the last school year?
No, I don't.
About 1 million. About 1 million.
1 million.
Yeah. Well, if I was,
Over 1 million
if I was
served.
counting the right number of digits, if I was counting the right number. Now the big question is the big question is how many of them were actually eaten by the students of all of the food food that they slung out at the kids. I mean, we know how many trays went out. How many came back with no food on them? Inquiring minds want to know. Now, I'll see what we can find out. And they are also
find the guy who has the pigs they drop the slop to.
Yeah.
And he'll let you know.
Are they fat pigs or are they skinny
How fat
pigs?
are your pigs,
If they were
dude?
fat pigs, it means that there was a whole lot of flu. There was a whole lot left in the slop pot. Yeah, that was a smell, wasn't it?
There's waste.
There was that smell. There was when I was a little boy.
That smell, don't you?
Yeah, it was my first indoctrination into school.
That pig so big.
Yeah. Because I was at Cathedral Grade School. This was back 100 years ago, and then back in the 1960s. And Cathedral Grade School, the original cafeteria was a wood and tin structure, and it smelled like 40 years of bad food and bad milk. You know, there was this whole section of the area. And then the people that wanted to build a new courthouse burned it down so they could get rid of that smell. At least I think they burned it down. That's the story we all told each other as kids in order to get rid of that smell and find other ways to more sanitarily deal with the slop and the milk and all of that other stuff. God, it stank to high heaven. Anyway, 6:24 in the morning. Speaking of stinking to high heaven, we got to meet all of these folks here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came.
He is dead.
You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
All right, now I will admit to getting to this a little bit late, and it is possible I might have missed a few people off the top because the very first one on the list today of folks I got to bring in is B-Man Dennis Larson. There we go.
Hey,
usually it's
wow, he's up early.
Yeah, it's usually Baba Yaga or Ismail or somebody around the top, but Dennis Larson managed to get in
to win, dude.
On the app of record. And Dennis, you're more than welcome to call in about 6:40 this morning.
Tell him what he wins, Ray.
You win an opportunity to plug this big VFW barbecue 4th of July thing over at EPAL Beach Park. You know I love you and I love those men and women. Let me see. We got Brennan Fausto here, Keena McCausland, Avade to Bandit. Ken Augustin is online. There's Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas, and a string of people she wants you to vote for, beginning with Attorney General Doug Moylan. Auntie Bennett, I love you, Auntie Bennett, but he's not running this year.
Oh, he's not?
No, he doesn't have. No, he doesn't have to. He's it's like a 4-year deal, so he's only been for 2. So you don't. You can vote for him in 2026.
Okay.
Yeah, but you have to. I mean, Peter Santos might do something between now and then. We'll remind you, right? Patty Santiago, other Moylan. You want to vote for the other Moylan. Brendan Fausto's there. Joe Takai saying, morning, Woostig neighbors. How is Stephen Blake?
Real guy.
It's true.
Real guy.
Saying Buenos to Ray and the Point gang. Linda Gabriel. Chris Frank saying, good morning from Hawaii. Well, good afternoon to you, Frank. What is it, 10 o'clock in the morning getting around to that? How many times do you have to empty your bedpan already? What are the contents of the bedpan? Jerome McDonald and Big Man Rico. Big Man Rico Blancaflor has made his way over. I got beautiful Sarita Gurin, Maganda Numaga Point Familia. There's Balloon Smuggler #1. Rob Greeno say, yay, coffee time. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not brewing the coffee. I've got some infrastructure changes that I'm working through right about now, and so I've been on kind of a tour, if you will, of cold coffees, iced coffee for the morning. So yesterday it was Mr. Brown Coffee Black.
Coffee black, no sugar.
Yeah. Just the little can
for the cool people.
Yeah. And so today it's Island Mocha Premium Coffee. Oh, I just read this. It's artificially flavored. So are you telling me that there's no coffee in this? It's just, good Lord, there's 190 calories in this thing. Real Joe's gonna have to do push-ups for me. All right, so I'm having a mocha, canned mocha for my breakfast today. Ismael Velez, Biden has $200 million in campaign funds that he cannot transfer over. And who would dare jump over a woman of color? Only one person can raise such money and replace a sitting woman of color, and that would be Big Mike. Yes.
Sorry.
Well,
sorry about that.
I think there's a whole lot that's standing in between here and there, and I just
Adam's apple.
But besides that,
I'm just saying.
Chris Frank again. Rob Greeno is there. Big man Rico Blancaflor says Wacky Wednesday. Half a day to let me see. We're all strong because of Eric Chong. Dennis Larson says Pika's best honey. Is that a category, bro? Do we need to nominate you in that one? And it could start a hell of a fight. Because there's a million.
Consider it done, brother.
Million B people on Guam. I got, who else is there? Juanita Machi is hanging out. Joe Cruz, oh my God, says the Ray Gibson Show is filmed before our live Facebook and YouTube audience. Heavily funded and well connected is not us. Christine Oliver declaring her independence to whenever she wants to. Nice. Tony and Annette and Pinko Addy. You know, Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Adder. Hey, remind me a little bit later on. Can you remind me? I got a picture of what's his name, Tony Adda with Auntie Bennett and everybody else over at the get-together at the legislature the other night. F. Ramos, off a day to you. Steve Love says, good morning. Ready for Independence Day. You ever seen Steve Love?
He's an independent man.
He's got that
yes, I've seen
long.
him.
He's got that long hair.
Long and flowing.
Yeah.
Like Kim Aiken.
Like Mike Phillips. I'm just messing around. Sorry, couldn't think of anything.
No, we're just kidding.
Bunker Meadow saying Kahulu. Michelle Conception. Let me see Mark Cruz waving around. I got Fel Juranario saying good morning to everybody. Nice to see you, Fel. Simon Sanchez says grateful for living on Guam and being an American.
Yee, Uncle Si.
I accept our imperfections as I do my own, but I wouldn't want to live, work, nor raise my family anywhere else. We are blessed. Biba Guam and the USA. Amen to that.
Switching to the app?
Switching to the Patriotic American app is where he's headed.
Uncle Si.
Hey, look, Real Joe, Brad Wood.
No way. Is he still around?
Yep, says vote for Pika's best.
He's up.
Eunice Mendiola is on. Lori Duenas, that's Lori with a Y. I got Vince Pangolin and Spencer. Yes, not Spencer, Spicer. Wasn't it Sean Spicer?
Ooh, Spicer.
Because it's hilarious because somebody made a spoof account, not Spicer, it was Spicier. So it's like Sean Spicier, and they used his picture and everything. And I swear to God, you know, the idiot lefties, they all they saw was the picture and then the Spice and the Sean, and they assumed that was really him. Didn't realize that it was a fake account. Same people that fall for it every time. Is they get the fake account for AOC, they got a fake account for Elon Musk, but Spicier was funny as hell. Bandit going, hoy, Ken Augustin, Jose Martinez. The degree of Trump derangement syndrome is going to be fun to watch for the next 4 years. Oh my God! Can you imagine this? Buy your popcorn by the truckload now, because that's all we're going to be doing is sitting back and watching the battle.
That's a great emoji.
Ruel the Rooster Drill on, party like it's 1999. Costumes. Brad Wood wanting to know. Throwback is not a costume party. But I'm not going to give you a hard time if you do.
Toga.
For the girls. Brittany Tollefson says, oh, man, I woke up too late. Morning, guys. What happened? Too much dive juice last night?
Slacker.
It's okay. You didn't miss anything, really. I've barely gotten started. Andy Terlahi.
We're just stretching out.
Trina St. Augustine saying, buenas to the beautiful people. I've grown to accept that we have clowns here, too. Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Clowns?
Not gonna, because somebody had written, Jose wrote, not gonna stop making fun of the Guam Democrats, publicly stating they're still pledging to support Biden at the Democratic National Convention. And that was the response here.
That's no joke.
And he says, we've got clowns here as well.
That's not a joke.
Let me see. Nate Horn hanging out with us. Leslie Nicholas. Time for me to get up, says Sarita. Dave Stickles, Tattoo Sean his own.
Sticks, there you are.
Online. Where's the lady? Rob Greeno. Any coffee, hot or cold, yum, young. Off a date to, was it more from Jose? A.G. Moylan is running in the mind of Pete Santos. Lives there rent-free, buddy. And Brad Wood says, drinking here on the porch in Florida.
There you go, the free zone.
What time is it
Bless
in Florida?
you, brother.
It's always drinking time in Florida. Chris
He's
Frank.
a Florida man.
Auntie Bennett. Oh, I love you, Auntie Bennett. Says, vote for the point for Pika's best. Thanks. And Fell says, this is early. Police taking pictures at the Assun War Park southbound Marine Corps Drive. If you're headed in that direction.
Officer.
Just be very careful. Bust him, 5-0. What do we got here? Let me check out the chat going on here on the YouTube side just real quick. I got Bill Petit online. Tricia Taitegui, Tommy Napati, Carolyn Long, MP Ogo, who is the adult supervision and security for the YouTube chat. Kitsutu and Konas, given the weather for West Virginia, 84 degrees, partly cloudy skies, humidity 39%, and the air quality is good. Just wait until you pull my finger, then it won't be so good. Auntie Bennett's over here saying, vote for change, Republicans all the way. Except Fisher. Biba AG, Doug Moylan, Tattoo Sean, Gumatauta, good morning from Telefofo. Via a wave in Barragata. All right, so getting out there doing the wavy thing. Lisa Greeno, all right, with the morning instructions, another fun, productive, informative, and entertaining day with The Point. Happy 4th of July. Eve, be safe and have lots of fun. SP Borjas there. Tammy Pangolina saying good morning to the Point family. And that's what we are.
Really?
We all kind of get up here together and share all kinds of stuff about what we're doing, what we find to be interesting, intriguing, maybe triggering, if you will. But tell you, we got to take a break from that. B-Man Dennis Larson, I wasn't kidding. You're more than welcome to call in. We're not going to be on the radio tomorrow for you to call in real time. So this is going to be your last chance to bang the drum a little bit for VFW and the get-together at EPAL Beach. It's 6:34, and time for our first big look at news and headlines with Norman Analista subbing for Donna D. Norman, what I missed? What's going on?
Afternoon and good morning, Guam. I'm Norman Analista with a look at headlines on The Point. A man accused of being the getaway driver in the robbery and fatal shooting of a tourist this year will be released from prison this afternoon. On Tuesday morning, Stefan Camacho was ordered to be released from the Department of Corrections by a Superior Court of Guam magistrate, Judge Benjamin Sison Jr. Camacho's parents and girlfriend were deemed suitable to be third-party custodians. Two of the suspects in a 2023 homicide have had their cases dismissed in the Superior Court of Guam. Brandon Chandler and Jason Manibusan have been released from the Department of Corrections after the Office of the Attorney General made an oral motion on Monday to have their charges dismissed related to the death of Guam National Guard recruiter Jason Siswico. And finally, having persevered through the remnant impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the aftermath of Typhoon Mawar in fiscal year 2023, the AB Wampat International Airport Authority Guam once again has received unmodified or clean opinions on its fiscal year and financial statements, reports on compliance for major federal programs, and report on compliance for the passenger facility charge program from its independent auditors, Ernst & Young. The Airport Authority makes this announcement in a press release. And those are your local headlines in The Point. Now back to you, Ray.
All right. I thought I saw something like that coming out of the OPA's office. It was talking about their clean showing. And the only thing was it them or GWA? Maybe I'm thinking about GWA, because the thing that I was most interested in that particular one was how much money the lawsuit between them and Cortec is sucking out of the system. But because it is ongoing, they don't have a tally on that. Maybe we'll know in the next audit. A couple of notes for you. If you are in Manilao today, brace. There is going to be a power outage. This is a scheduled maintenance outage. So I don't want to hear any whining about load shedding. It's a scheduled deal starting at 9 until 2 in the afternoon.
It's whatever, man.
But
it doesn't even bother me anymore.
It's not.
We don't care.
Just leave the house for 5 hours, never coming back. This will be around Sabana Magas Road, Teru Street, and surrounding areas. Crews will be conducting preventive maintenance in the area. If you're using a generator and you're backfeeding the house, shut the breakers off. Otherwise, if there's a GPA guy, grabbing that particular while, it will have electricity from your house, and you'll have to live with that on your conscience. All right, and then there's this: the Department of Education Public Information Office. Hi, Tess. Sent this out. Department of Education's Food and Nutrition Division has achieved a significant milestone in the 2023-24 school year, providing a staggering 1,981,607 lunches and 1,138,583 breakfasts to students. The accomplishment reflects the division's commitment to ensuring that the nutritional needs of the island's youth are met. Never mind their parents. The school, the government will take care of it. The only thing that doesn't fit in my head is wait a second, what are the parents supposed? You guys are giving a breakfast and lunch, and I'm sure there's probably a snack in there in the break. So what is it? The parents screw up and the kids can revolt and say, forget it, I don't need you. I have everything I need taken care of over at school. They will take care of all of my needs, Mom and Dad. The provision of these meals is a crucial, because it not only fuels the physical growth of the students, but also enhances their cognitive functions, which are essential for learning. Their cognitive functions. Is this food? I can't tell. Is this food or is this the napkin? They all kind of look and taste the same. I'm kidding. I'm triggering somebody out there that's listening right now. It's actually a part of the food program. I'm sure it's good. I'm told that maybe one of these million breakfasts and lunches is the sample one that they send to Chris Barnett. I heard Chris Barnett
scarfed it down.
Gets a meal from these guys every day.
Does he? I know he eats it.
I don't know. It's one of these things we're going to have to find out.
Come on.
Studio time, 6:38 in the morning. B-Man Dennis Larson on line one.
That's him, brother.
Let's bring this man in. Buenos and off a day, Dennis. How you doing there, Bubba?
Well, I'm awake and I'm tackling the day.
Good man. Carpe diem. Let me see. Do I have any other additional pictures of you that might be worth looking at here? Support your local 8 Demon Steak Dinner at Taz Restaurant, Saturday the 20th. All right, this doesn't have anything to do with the VFW, but you keep hearing me read about Chris Frank, who's laid up in Hawaii. Guess a portion of the sales are going to be going to support Chris and his Get Well Soon cards.
Yeah, Chris unfortunately was involved in an accident on the 16th of December. He was literally laid up in GMH for 6 months.
Oh.
And we finally got him to get to Hawaii, and they're actually taking care of him now, making him better. So, yeah, on a separate note, if you got time on the 20th, come out to Taz and get a steak and during the raffle. All proceeds going to Chris, of course.
Gotcha. All right, well, give me another reminder on that. And a little bit later on, I'll post that on thepoint.gu's calendar. So it'll pop up, when people go and check out the vision.
Guys, and we certainly love you all. But regarding tomorrow, 11 a.m., come on down to EPAL Park. we're going to be barbecuing down there for all the vets. The VFW puts on this event every single year down there at EPAL. They provide the food, as you said, ATL, all kinds of gracious donors out there giving up all the stuff for us to barbecue. So we simply show up, put the food on the grill, and then put it out for everybody to come enjoy. So if you got nothing to do tomorrow, 11 o'clock, come down to EPAL Park and join us for some fellowship, get some food, and just celebrate our independence.
Now, where are we going to be able to find you? I guess you're going to be main pavilion, or will you be scattered out all over the place? Main pavilion.
Yeah, main pavilion. And usually they have some parachute people come in, and then they have flyover and all kinds of different stuff. So we'll see what's going on tomorrow. But Brian Miranda, those guys, his crew, they always put on a great show, and everybody comes out and donates all kinds of stuff. And everybody shows up down there for food and grub and drinks and just to get together. So
I'm by way of enticing people to swing by. I'm using almost exclusively pictures of your Japanese intern. Will she be there? Will she be turning some meat?
Absolutely, she will be. She's going to practice today. We're going to take her to Retidian today. We're going to barbecue. She's actually leaving Saturday. She's going back to Japan. Her 3 months is up. But, so Retidian today, and then warm up for barbecue, teach her how to flip some burgers tomorrow. So, guest appearance by Ayani at the 4th of July tomorrow.
All right, got you. 641 on the Ray Gibson Show. B-Man Dennis Larson, I thank you for everything that you do. I mean, we're obviously pull on the same rope for the veterans and the VFW. So I appreciate you and the things that you and your family have done over all of these years to make sure that these guys are front and center. Gotcha.
We
all right.
We cannot thank everybody enough, and the veterans, and obviously everybody in the military, and all of the people. We just want to pay it back.
Gotcha. In 19 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. Ponder that while the commercials play. More of the Ray Gibson Show on the way.
Hey, there, party people.
It's me, Ray Gibson. Get ready to rewind the clock and groove to the beat to yesteryear. The Throwback Part 2 is back and better than ever, bringing you all the hits that make you feel young again. Join us Saturday, July 13th at Club Zone Nightclub in Tumon as DJ Daryl Izama spins the ultimate throwback playlist. The 70s, 90s keep you on the dance floor all night long. Plus, we're doing another incredible cash drop. Super cash drop, $2,000. And some great throwback t-shirts. Don't miss out on the nostalgia trip of the year. Grab your friends, dress to impress in your retro best, and dance the night away at Throwback Part 2. Doors open at 8:30. See you on the dance floor. Get your tickets now online at guamtime.net. They're $20 plus taxes and fees, but it'll be more at the door, so get it online now. Throwback Part 2, brought to you by the local Grindhouse in Barragata, Lolita Kamet of Hoppaday Realty, 76 Circle K, BBG Automotive, and the stations of choice broadcasting. Throwback Part 2. Relive the memories on Saturday, July 13th, 8:30 at Club Zone in Tumon. Be there or be square. See that? 643 Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Portions brought to you by Kim and Ron over at Security Title. It's all in the name, Security Title. Make sure that there's no marks, there's no blemishes, there's no bad karma on the title involved in your real estate transaction, because that'll slow things to an absolute stop. And so it's always good to have somebody with independent eyes to take a look at that. And there's nobody better than that, than Kim and Ron at Security Title. Yeah, looking to see if there's that slowdown. Felbert sent word that we got things slowing down because of police activity over at the old War in the Pacific Park, Camp Aspen, that area down there.
Suspicious.
Southbound, right? You said it was they were shooting southbound?
Yeah.
All right, just be on the lookout for that. That might be the only thing that's going to affect you. I'm looking at the traffic map here this morning, and let me get this up on the screen so that you can see what it is I'm looking at. Hey, there's my house. I can see my house from here. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, Anderson Air Force Base, all the way through Jigo, all the way through Dayton, all the way through Upper Tumon. The only place it looks like anything slower than intersection traffic really is at the intersection of 1 and 3. Otherwise, traffic southbound from there is looking pretty good. I don't think that you're going to find anything that's going to slow you down too crazy. Maybe a hair of some traffic down around Tumon, just as you make your way past the Hilton. I think it's the bird. I think it's that crazy black bird up there. I think that's the bird that slays actually attacking. The mockingbird. Among my favorite memes is it a mockingbird. I can't continue. All right. I'll get back to this. All right, 8, 10, and 16 looking pretty good. Don't see anything major. It will start slowing down over by Barragata Heights and the intersection by the Department of Revenue and Tax, so be on the lookout for that. The 8, 10, and 16, a little bit busy on the 16 side over by Super Happy Mart. And then we've got a little bit of traffic, but not much between there and the intersection of 4 and 10. Starting to slow down in the usual spots over by Cost You Less, etc. on Route 4. Route 8's running clear all the way through into the downtown Gutnia area. I don't think there's anything else that's going to slow you down. It looks good all the way down to Big Navy and Sumai, except for the cops taking pictures down at the old Camp Ascent. At 6:45, we'll be right back.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Wait, what did you want me to do? Because I'm reading another story. But, okay. It's just I'm reading something from Axios again, and this is where they're doing the balance. You know, the one edition that comes out that's all Trump derangement syndrome,
Yes,
and now we've got another one they just released, freaking the F out, turmoil in the White House over Biden. Officials on President Biden's White House and the campaign staff say they're feeling rage, sadness, frustration, and resolve over his debate performance and his team's response to it. More than a dozen White House and campaign aides are telling the media now. Biden's performance of the debate has left many of his own aides worried about his mental fitness and angry about what they see as a lack of candor from Biden's senior aide. It's the first topic of every conversation. Another official put it more bluntly: everybody is freaking the blank out. The uncertainty after Thursday is palpable, and anxiety is only increasing. Many officials felt they only were being given talking points with no real explanation of why Biden appeared unable to string sentences together or articulate a case for himself over Trump. You couldn't figure it out? The lack of answers from senior aides has continued this week, leading to growing anger and resentment among many inside the Biden camp. What they're saying.
What a huge surprise. They never saw it coming.
You got to find more honest media here.
Jeez,
all right,
man.
so they've got a bunch of people that fessed up on conditions of anonymity from the White House. One Biden confidant told Axios, for everyone who really cares about Biden and his legacy, the debate was just too painful to watch. It's dark, said an official involved in the campaign. It feels like there's zero leadership or information. People are being told to keep their heads down and just keep working, but they're not seeing the president or being given any reason why they should have any faith in him. All right. Maybe I'll just go. I'll keep getting the Axios thing because they do seem to have a little bit more balance, at least on that side, talking about the chaos that is the White House right now. But again, I don't want to be. I don't want to appear to be dancing on his grave, the presidential grave too much.
Cha-cha.
Yeah. Just a tiny bit. But I'll tell you why.
Jitterbug.
I'll tell you why. Because if they're people in the White House that they're saying they're not getting any information or worse, leadership and guidance. What does that say about whoever it is that's supposed to be running the United States of America? Who's running things around here? Because I hope it's not that senile old man they had on television last week, because otherwise it's curtains for the Republic. In 10 minutes, it'll be 7 o'clock in the morning. Let me sell a couple of cars here. Let me sell all of them By Monday, I don't want there to be any cars on the Nissan lot whatsoever. You vote for me for Pika's best radio personality because I've got the power to do this. I got the power to get you all juiced up and excited about a test drive in a brand new car. Come on, there is nothing like that new car smell. There's nothing like getting into a brand new Nissan, kings of automotive technology. And I'm not just talking about transmissions and gears and air conditioning and all of that stuff. I mean, these guys know what it takes to make sure that a driver and his passengers feel comfortable, feel safe, feel entertained, and feel. You ever see that meme where it's got all these lords and ladies looking down from upon high? You know what? There's Nissan drivers can do that because they get cars that do 35 miles to the gallon, and they're looking down at all the people that have to stop because their rides only get 20 miles to the gallon. Come on, get in the fast lane with NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
If you hear me suppress a burp here at any point during the following 3 hours of the Ray Gibson Show, Jamaican Grill. Yeah, Jamaican Grill. My daughter, that's sweet. My daughter and I had.
You're winning again. Ribs.
Oh God, yes, yeah. Red rice and the little slawy things and
chili
the fruit.
pepper.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. But so I called the Agana shop and they were closed. So I said, that's all right. I'm about 2 months. 2 months open. I said, and they actually I called the Agana shop, but they answered Tumon. And I said, what happened to Agana? They said, they're closed tonight. I said, okay, well, can I make an order and pick it up at the Tumon place? I said, yeah, no problem. So I got a couple of orders of ribs, the rib and red rice platter and that kind of thing, a couple of sun splashes. And I go upstairs to get it. And the lady starts assembling everything. Would you like it? Would you like a cup tray? I said, yes, ma'am, I would like a cup tray. We'll put two sun splashes in there, and I'll put 2 beers in the other one. It'd be perfect. And there's another big bag now of the food and the knife and the fork and all of the fixings that go on the inside. And so she's ready to hand it to me, and she says, sir, would you like me to carry this to your car?
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, what are you? And I'm not that old.
God.
I'm not that old. I'm not that old.
Oh, no, I thought she was coming on to you.
No.
Yeah, man.
I've seen
she
those
was
memes
hitting
too.
on you, dude.
I've seen those memes too, but I don't know. She said trainee, so maybe she was trying to make points with somebody that knew.
That's sweet, though.
Hey, we advertise with you. Can you carry this down? You want me to carry it down to your place?
Always great service.
Anyway, 6:52 and change in the Ray Gibson shows. We make our way through. It's the day before the 4th of July, and hopefully you've got a whole lot lined up and planned. I've told you what my plan is. Starting tomorrow, if I wake up early enough, I'll make my way down to Agana. Guam Running Club has got the 100th running of the Spirit of 76 6.7 mile race. And for those of you that said, I don't have a bib, where do I sign up? It's an on-site sign-up. Bring $5 worth of folding money for you. I think that's what it is for. I better check. But bring some money with you, and you'll be able to get yourself registered. Same time, same day. And then, I don't know, around sunrise, the guys will send us up the hill, up to Sinanya Mountain.
Die.
You'll die.
You'll be like, I paid for this.
Yep. You'll get up to where the gas stations are, and then there's a nice little downhill.
Yeah.
But if you do die, Tony Adams' place is right there.
It's right there.
Anyway, so you go down the hill then, and then you go back up another hill. You take that turn into Ordot. And then you make that's a right-hand turn. Then by and by you make a left-hand turn that will take you to Leo Palace. Now we're not unfortunately going all the way to Leo Palace. There's a turnaround right there. You know where that bump is? That if you forget it, you go airborne.
You're gonna fly.
Yeah. Right around there. Right around
Fast
there.
and Furious
is the
Let's
turnaround.
do it again.
All right. Yep. Same day registration. Richard says $5. 2 water stops. One at the Mobile station in Sinanya, and then the other one past Agatha Johnson Middle School. Kind of right there at I want to say right around the turn is where you'll get your hydration if you absolutely need it. And usually that's where Richard and the truck is parked. So if you absolutely can't make it anymore and you have to do a DNF, Richard can drive you back to the start. And there's usually all kinds of other stuff. I don't know if there's going to be a contest for people wearing red, white, and blue anything, but if you're going to show up tomorrow, then do me a favor, wear a red, white, and blue something. 4th of July, maybe if you got a little hat, a little flag, you can fly around with that. I said flag. You can run with that up and down the course. Anyway, 888-825-5888-TALK. I mean, seriously, looking at the table of contents for something interesting to talk about. Nope, that's it. Got it. We're all done. There's no radio tomorrow. Well, there will be radio, but it won't be us. And that means no Jerry Roberts tomorrow. And by the way, there is no Jerry Roberts today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He sent me a thing. Says
So
won't be
you're
able to
going to
make
play
it.
Jerry Roberts today?
I will be Jerry Roberts. I will extra point everybody. Now, the other question, just off the top of my whatever, is anybody traveling? Anybody getting on a plane this weekend? It is the 4th of July. United Airlines has said that this might break records for the travel weekend that we've got in front of it, because everybody's going to be moving. Not everybody is like us and going to be working on Friday. Apparently, there are some people that are able to get the time from their bosses to split the office on Wednesday in the States and then either hit the road or hit the airport and go traveling around. And I'm glad I'm not doing it. I'm not crazy about traveling, although I will suggest this. I got to remember to bring it in. Is I bought, because the last time I was on an airplane, I thought I'd be able to sleep, and I don't know why I think that. I cannot. I'm never able to sleep on a plane. And then I
slow clap.
Yeah, and then I see people, and they've got these little horse collars around their neck, and you know what they're doing? Sleeping.
Yeah,
they're sleeping, and I'm going, maybe I need to get one of those things. So I went to Amazon and asked, what give me the absolute best one. So they've got one, and it's very, very soft. It's an inflatable, so it's not like you got to wear this horse collar around the airport. It's like 2 puffs of air into the thing, and then it's completely full. And it will fit over your head. It's not like a typical horse collar. It's got some room in the back, so it will support your head from the sides, but it's not like going to choke you off from the back.
So
and a hoodie.
It's got a hoodie.
It's got a hoodie.
And did you sleep?
I tried it out. I was doing Sudoku or Wordle or something like that. And
a hoodie.
But it's got a hoodie on it.
Weird,
and you know why you need that? Especially if you're flying United around here, is they've turned the lights off in the cabin while you're flying.
Dark.
Yeah, make it dark. But they can't turn it all the way off because every seat back has got one of these monitors on it. And unless somebody's watching something, then it will do this screensaver mode, which goes from dark programming to light programming, dark programming to light programming.
Block it
and
out.
it just wakes you up. You close your eyes, and there's this strobe effect going on. So it's got a hoodie on the thing. And so I'm kind of looking forward to turning that thing on. But I'm not going anywhere, unfortunately. I'll just sleep on the radio show. 888-825-5888-TALK. I was looking around to see if there was anything else that I wanted to get into. And honestly, the answer's at 6:57. No, probably not. Items that I was looking at today, outside of the Axios, Trump derangement syndrome, et cetera, those kinds of things out there. There were a couple of stories that I thought were interesting enough to print out and waste the paper on. This story, funding for Guam Customs and Quarantine Agency in House, passed in the Homeland Security Bill. All right, there's another feather in the cap of Jimmy Craig Moylan. U.S. Coast Guard reports a man presumed overboard was safe. They went looking for a guy. The Joint Rescue Sub-Center, Guam, received notification early June the 27th from the master of the MV Daiwan Glory that the 39-year-old Vietnamese national crewman, they thought he was overboard.
Yeah.
They couldn't,
but he wasn't?
Couldn't find the guy.
Yeah.
And anyway, so he said, we found him. Multinational search effort was going on to try to find this guy that they thought was overboard. Initially alerted by a distress call via the Japan Coast Guard on the 25th, the Guam team coordinated with several commercial vessels and international partners to locate the missing mariner, presumed lost in the vast oceanic expanses about 607 nautical miles north of Guam. Isn't that where we get all the Chinese voters.
Yeah, that's where we get them from.
The Royal Australian Defence Force offered further support and prepared to deploy a P-8 aircraft to assist. However, the mission was adjusted due to delays in securing diplomatic clearances for airspace access. The event underscores the complexities of international search and rescue operations. Doesn't say just how much this guy is going to have to pay him back for all of the rescue efforts. Can you imagine that?
We'll pay back later.
I'm sorry, I fell asleep on the other side of the bunk bed. What happened? Everybody thought I was lost, and they put together a multinational search and rescue team to go and find me. There's more to this story, Coast Guard. You buried the lead again. It's 6:59 on the Ray Gibson Show. Stand by. We got Fox News Live coming up. We got Norman Analyst is going to take care of some news duties for Donna D, who is on vacation right now in Vienna, of all places. Jerry Roberts not going to be in. I'll sub for him in the Extra Point. It's all ahead right here in the 7 o'clock hour of Pika's best radio station and personality, Ray Gibson Show on The Point. Here's Fox.
Sentencing is postponed. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Former President Trump was supposed to learn his fate next week after convictions for falsifying business records in New York, but sentencing is delayed after the Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity.
Judge Juan Merchan has officially postponed that sentencing hearing to September 18th with the important caveat of, quote, if such is still necessary.
Fox's Brian Yennis.
Trump's legal team asked for this sentencing delay. They are accusing the Manhattan District Attorney's Office of improperly relying on evidence the Supreme Court deemed protected official acts by a president. In a letter to Judge Merchan, Trump's lawyers say those official acts include witness testimony regarding events in the Oval Office, social media posts during Trump's first term, records reflecting calls Trump made in office in 2017.
The judge signaling he'll make a decision on whether to toss out the convictions on September 6th. The defense has vowed to appeal all the way back to the Supreme Court if necessary. The Trump campaign just reporting $331 million raised in the second quarter, topping the Biden campaign total of $264 million. Both candidates getting a fundraising boost after potential setbacks. Felony convictions for the former president and for President Biden, continued concern about his age and ability, punctuated by last week's debate.
We understand it was a bad night.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre telling reporters
it is not uncommon for incumbents to have a bad night on their first debate. And we are going to continue to do the work that we have been doing on behalf of the American people.
She says they're not hiding anything about his health or ability to do the job, but at least 2 Democrats in Congress are now publicly sounding the alarm. Texas Congressman Lloyd Doggett calling on President Biden to withdraw from the race. America is listening to Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Guam Regional Medical City, the island's leader in specialty services, now provides Guam's only rheumatology care. GRMC welcomes Dr. Jirapat Tirakanok, a double board-certified rheumatologist who specializes in the care of rheumatoid arthritis, gout, lupus, osteoporosis, and more. Take the next step towards relief. Call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
The U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments later this year on whether the marketing of flavored e-cigarettes was too harshly restricted.
When the High Court's new term starts in the fall, it will hear arguments from the Food and Drug Administration and vape companies. The e-cigarette makers say federal regulators denied more than 1 million applications to market flavored versions of the vapes. The FDA says the sweet flavor varieties can introduce young people to perhaps a more dangerous nicotine habit. The federal government has won a number of cases that support protecting youth from smoking dangers. FDA numbers show kids vaping is declining, but still nearly 3 million middle and high schoolers use them. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A second Alzheimer's drug wins FDA approval. Kinsella, made by Eli Lilly, is for mild or early cases of dementia caused by Alzheimer's and can delay cognitive decline in patients by reducing plaque buildup in the brain, like Leqembi, a Japanese drug that previously won approval. The newly approved Eli Lilly drug slows Alzheimer's by about 7 months, though there are potentially dangerous side effects, including brain swelling, and the drug is administered through IV infusions. An airline is denying any mechanical issues after severe turbulence on a flight from Spain to Uruguay yesterday, injuring at least 30 people.
Air Europa tells Fox nothing malfunctioned with the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, but the turbulence hit so hard, it launched one man into an overhead bin.
Fox's Nate Foy.
The turbulence dislodged several overhead bins and knocked out panels in the cabin ceiling. Emergency responders carried at least one person off the plane on a stretcher.
That Air Europa flight made an emergency landing in Brazil after the turbulence over the Atlantic. A record day for stocks, the S&P closing above 5,500, the NASDAQ over 18K, the Dow up 162. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Introducing GTA Fiber, bringing fiber connection all the way to your home. Now you can get lightning fast speeds of up to 1 gig. That's 1,000 Mbps. With 1 gig high-speed internet, you can now enjoy lightning fast downloads and uploads that will leave you amazed. Seamless streaming of your favorite movies, shows, and music. Lag-free gaming. Effortless connectivity for all your devices, ensuring everyone in your household stays connected. Plus, you get our next-gen Plume Wi-Fi, built on Guam's most reliable network. Visit gta.net to see if fiber is available in your area. GTA Fiber. Nothing beats fiber.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Hafaday and good morning, Guam. It's 7:06 on Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I'm Norman Analista with a look at your local news on The Point. After about 2 days of debate last week, lawmakers finally voted on whether to place Bill 17537 onto the voting file yesterday and did so with 10 votes in favor. The measure, which proposes to change the island's sewage laws to better accommodate development on decedent estates while incorporating a new type of toilet facility to address nitrate contamination, proved to be one of the more contentious so far in session. The measure saw pushback because it initially proposed smaller minimum lot sizes for unsewered properties within Guam's groundwater protection zone, as long as nitrogen-reducing systems were used, causing concerns about increased development density and the negative impact that could have on Guam's drinking water supply. Meanwhile, a man accused of being the getaway driver in the robbery and fatal shooting of a tourist this year will be released from prison this afternoon. On Tuesday morning, Stefan Camacho was ordered to be released from the Department of Corrections by Superior Court of Guam Magistrate Judge Benjamin Sison Jr. Camacho, who has been held in prison on charges related to the January robbery and fatal shooting of 60-year-old Hia Jun Huang, was released by Sison after Camacho's parents and girlfriend were deemed suitable to be third-party custodians. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
A man on felony release has been charged after a Sunday car chase with police, as stated in a magistrate complaint filed in Superior Court. Sergio Alan Borja was charged Monday with fraudulent display of a license plate as a third-degree felony with a notice of commission of a felony while on felony release. He was also charged with eluding a police officer as a misdemeanor and reckless driving as a petty misdemeanor. And finally, from July 8 to 31, local law enforcement will participate in the Speeding Slows You Down High Visibility Enforcement Campaign, where drivers caught speeding will be issued a ticket for breaking the law. In 2023, Guam experienced 29 total fatalities, with 12 speed-related crashes accounting for 16 fatalities. In 2024, of the 3 fatal crashes, 2 were speeding-related. Raising awareness on the dangers of speeding has been among priorities for the U.S. Department of Transportation's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Guam Department of Public Works Office of Highway Safety. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Now, I'll get around to it. So last hour, one of the things that you ended on was the story about the Court Reorganization Act and some of the things that they were going to be doing to celebrate, including the opening of a time capsule. From 32, I need echo, from 32 years ago. That's a whole other century, my God. So I did the mathematics, and as it turns out, 32 years ago was 1992. About the same time you and I started working together.
That's right.
So you might be wondering what some of the contents might be, and frankly, the truth of the matter was I was there when they closed it up and sealed it up. So I unique memories of what's inside that time capsule. For instance, there is a cassette of Vanilla Ice's Ice Baby in there from Mad Mel's. It's got the Mad Mel sticker on it, and there might also be a matchbook from Lights from back in the olden days. What else could be in there from 1992? What would you have if you were on Guam in 1992 and wanted to shove something into a time capsule that they would open? I wonder in 1992 when they closed that up and they said, "Wow, we're going to open this thing up in 32 years. It's going to be amazing. They're going to have flying cars and robot butlers and all of this kind of thing. It'll be like the Jetsons in 32 years. This will be amazing." And as it turns out, life is actually sucks in 2024 in comparison. Oh my God! In comparison with how great Guam was in 1992, that was the year one of the initial years of the Sandcastle Entertainment Complex. You remember the original Sandcastle and the great dinner show that they had there. Definitely. We did that. They did a talent show. I think it was. I'll remember it in a second. 'Cause I was the MC of the thing. I remember when we opened up at the time it was called the Onyx. Now it's Club Zoe. But I remember they opened up the Onyx, and I remember because we were a part of it. All the radio stations were invited to have some kind of a presence, some kind of a show. That is, they let us in for free, and so I rented a limo. I got one of the. Does anybody remember?
Limo.
Wait, hold on. Do you remember limo companies on Guam?
I remember.
Are there any?
Not
the Olympiacos used to have one.
Yeah, right. But anyway, so I rented a limo, and it was a pretty white one. Yeah. So there's Mike with 3 letters, Scholar Brad, and me, and it's about 10 o'clock at night, and we go around to the front of the Onyx. We were expecting the place to be massive crowded. But, that was around that same time that people were making the transition. Oh, they open at 9, but we're not showing up until 11. And so like, what do you want to do? I told the drivers to just drive around. Where do you want to go?
We want to be seen coming out of this thing.
Agate. We'll go to Agate. I want us to get out in front of a crowd. That was what I was looking for, and we unfortunately didn't get that. Those were the days, ladies and gentlemen. You remember oh my God, the 90s, dude. There was a grand opening for something virtually every other day. There was something going on. We said goodbye to was it Signatures, but hello to Duty Free and Planet Hollywood in the place right around that 92 through 93 era. That was about the only bad thing about that time frame, if I think about it now, was when they undertook the massive reconstruction, if you will, of Pali Salvatore Street.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember? Oh my God, it was Carmageddon. It was literally construction from the Hilton all the way to the Westin, and they had dug up an entire section of the roadway, and everything funneled down to like one road in one direction a piece. Otherwise, there was machinery all over the place. It was nuts. If you didn't get to where you were going by like 4 o'clock, you would not get there until about 6:30 because you got stuck in traffic and you were stuck in traffic. It did not move literally for hours. God, great memories. Partly sunny in the forecast for today. The weather people are suggesting there could be some scattered showers and thunderstorms before the day is over, so be prepared for those. Highs near 89 degrees. With a heat index, it'll only feel like 92 degrees. 40% chance of rain for today, and gusts as high as about 18 miles an hour. They say scattered showers in the forecast for tonight, and unfortunately, it looks like they may be lingering through tomorrow morning. Now, that is not going to slow down. Real runners don't care. Real runners want the rain for tomorrow. We just don't want it while we're waiting to get started. But once we're on the way and running up that stupid hill, yeah, give me some rain, baby. Mostly cloudy skies in the forecast otherwise, with highs near 87 degrees. Hopefully all of that stuff will clear off in time for barbecue down at the beach at 11 o'clock with the VFW. Mostly cloudy and overnight lows of about 78 degrees tomorrow night. Mostly sunny on Friday with daytime highs of about 89 degrees. Rip currents in Man-O-War out there. Sunrise this morning was at 5:58. Sunset will be at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together right here on The Point.
Circle K and Ambrose are turning up the heat with our 80th Liberation Day giveaway. Win big with a fully catered reserved spot at the Liberation Day Parade, plus $2,500 worth of additional prizes, which includes a canopy, chairs, a cooler, and more. Simply purchase select items and enter your My Rewards ID at any Circle K and you're automatically entered to win. Promo ends July 3rd, so hurry. Don't miss out on this epic celebration. Visit 76CircleKGuam.com for more info. Must be 21 years or older to win. Enjoy responsibly.
Celebrating Guam's 80th Liberation Day, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in July, visit any Burger King restaurant, say, I love the Whopper, and get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large-size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with the new mozzarella fries and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your family and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in July. Available at BK Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you, Guam, for 35 years from your friends at Burger King. Rule. 7:15, Ray Gibson Show. Brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, plus Guam Regional Medical City. You know what? They're your healthcare partners.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Oh, my God. I'm told that Mayor Jess Pica's best mayor will be making an appearance on the Ray Gibson Show at some point.
Oh, God, I hope so. I miss him.
Lots to talk about.
Yeah.
Liberation activities. The calendar starts this weekend. We got the 4th of July, obviously, tomorrow. But we start thinking about liberation activities associated with the 80th liberation of Guam back in 1944. That actually will begin this weekend. The Menengan Massacre Memorial is going to be taking place. We'll get to some word on that a little bit later on. I was asking you, kind of out loud, 1992-ish, Chirca 1992. What would you have put in the time capsule? What would you like to see pop out of the time capsule? When the judge, be La Morena or somebody, when a judge hangs upside down over his head, what's going to fall out? My bro Shane says maybe something from the crepe house from the corner where DFS is now. I remember that place. It was my first wife. Absolutely loved going there.
La Creperie.
La Creperie, I think was the name. Yeah. And they went there. She wanted to go there every night for whatever we were doing. She wanted to go to dessert there to get the. There was a raspberry crepe that they had. I've got great memories of spending a lot of money on her in that place. Thank you very much. Maybe something from Tahiti Rama or the Jungle. Maybe the souvenir newspaper that chronicled the 8.1 earthquake that we had in and around that time period. What about you? What class of 1992? What were your big memories coming out of that year? Put it on the deal and let me know. I've got this. There's a strange meme that's floating around in social. Maybe you've seen this as well. And somebody trying to depict just how times have changed and what we used to get for $1.20 in a Big Mac in 1980 has shrunk in 2024 and now costs about 5 times as much. And so you've seen it. It's a picture of a Big Mac, Big Mac, says 1980, $1.20, and then right next to it, 2024, $5.31. Okay. Now, I know what they're trying to say in this meme, but I've got a deeper question. What kind of time travel device did they use to have a 1980 Big Mac in the same picture as a 2024.
God, it looks great.
Yeah, but how did they do it? How did they get an actual Big Mac from 1980
Preservatives.
so that they can take a picture of it next
Poison?
to a Big Mac that you can buy today? I don't know. I'm kind of curious about how they're conducting that kind of technology and stuff.
I'll eat it right
7,
now.
8. I know. Some days, it's just only a Big Mac will do. 888-8255, 888-TALK. A variety of topics we'll delve into, including, you remember the other day I was telling you about, or maybe it was yesterday, or maybe it was every day I've been telling you about how I'm over 60 years of age and am behind the 8 ball when it comes to being able to retire, which is not necessarily true. It's just that I'm not going to be able to retire comfortably. I've got whatever it is that's going to be coming in from Social Security, my meager earnings, and my minor investments.
No comforts.
And no comforts whatsoever. I will be that.
Futon on the floor.
I'm thinking maybe I'll take up a position by the courthouse. Courthouse, library, Nanbo intersection.
It's a clean area.
Paper, just a cardboard piece of paper. I'd dress it up. I'd use different colors. If I'm going to bum for money, I'm going to make it entertaining. But anyway, so maybe you heard that and thought to yourself, well, you know what? I'm kind of exactly in the same place. What am I supposed to do? An entirely new class of financial late bloomers who are trying to figure out what it takes to secure a comfortable retirement, and they're sharing what they've learned. A trio of individuals who didn't start investing in their retirement until at least their 40s recently recapped the steps they've taken to shore up as much cash as possible ahead of their retirement. Retirement planning in their 40s. I'm going,
That's
dude,
kind of late, man.
I'm just starting now.
Do you have the old plan or the new plan?
When do they want you to start? When do they want you to start saving for your retirement?
Dude, when you're 5.
Right?
You should.
18, 19 years old, start sucking money aside. And their strategies can broadly be summed up in 3 tips. I'll share them with you now, even though it's too late for me. Do your research. Trudging through the legalese and buzzwords can be confusing, but the internet is chock full of reliable resources capable of making complex financial concepts more accessible to the average consumer. Number 2, develop a plan. It might not be comfortable, but tightening the budget, getting another job, or downsizing your home are some of the ways you might be able to achieve the financial independence that you desire.
Ooh.
No.
Yeah.
No, I want hot water.
That sounds painful.
So these things, these things, I don't think they apply to real people. Certainly not the real people that live on Guam at the end of the supply chain, and that includes everything, including the fuel that goes to the power that we got to pay every month, and the fuel that goes into the car that we have to drive around because there's no public transit we're speaking about here on Guam. So where am I supposed to be able to save these millions of dollars? Seek out support. All 3 of the late starters who shared their perspective acknowledged feeling overlooked by typical financial advisors, but found a sense of community after meeting others in similar situations. They tell you the story of Gina Murillo, who went from $40,000 in debt, amateur, to a net worth of more than $1 million in.
Hey, Gina. What's up, girl?
In only 7 years. It was all a matter of setting a goal and making a commitment to reach it. I realized that if these people could achieve financial independence in less than 10 years in their 20s and 30s, there was no reason I couldn't do the same in my 50s. Yeah, you got mass transit where you are. What's a slice of electricity for you? How much is a gallon of gasoline?
It's never too late.
What other options do you have there? Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that. I sleep in my car. That's how I was able to make ends meet. 888-8255, 888-TALK. The meme machine is online at 797-8255. And I need input. I don't have any memes here this morning. So if you've got something that you've seen on the socials that you want to share, or maybe it's just pictures of you and your hot friends, 797-8255. What the heck? It's the weekend. What bikini are you going to wear to the Freedom Rocks thing tomorrow? We all want to know. Practice. Put it on today. Take a picture. Send it to us. We'll let you know whether the muffin top is to stay or maybe we're going for a one-piece. We'll see. 7:23. All right, we'll take a look at what's going on in the markets because this is the time of day that I do that. S&P 500 is up by 33 points. Maybe that's based on the SCOTUS ruling. NASDAQ picked up 149, and that puts them, are they the big winner? Yeah, by almost a full percent. Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 162.3. They closed at 39,331. Markets are up today. FTSE is down by 45. The Nikkei picked up 443. They're banging, baby. Over 40,000 for the Nikkei today. That's nice. Hang Seng Index at 17,769. That's up by 50 points. And the Shanghai Index is up by almost 2.5 points. Yay. VIX and the DAX are down. DAX off by about 126 points. NASDAQ, the big winner, led up by MongoDB, Tesla, Amazon.com, Datadog, Dexcom Incorporated. You might be seeing more of Amazon.com. Aren't we going to go into the, what do they call those deal days that they've got?
Premium days?
I don't know.
I don't know either, man. I can't afford to do that.
I have. I've got one of those accounts.
Hey, Gina.
Yeah, I've got one. But I already bought everything. You know what I'm waiting for now? You know what I'm waiting for in the Amazon
It's
queue?
on the way.
It's on the way. It's on the way. It's a cat water feeder. And so
it's automatic.
It's automatic. Well, you still got to put water in it.
Oh, of
but it
course,
keeps
yeah.
the water circulating. And so the cat will drink from moving water, which is supposed to be more healthy.
That's why they put their paw in there.
And it's got filters in it because they've heard of GWA. It's really cool. At the bottom of the NASDAQ, Moderna, Paychex, Constellation, Automatic Data, and Illumina rounding out the bottom of that. On the commodities, let's take a quick look at what they're doing with gold. Let me see, off by about 30 cents. So it's $2,338.60 for an ounce of gold. West Texas crude at $83.17. That is, wow, that's up from where it was earlier this morning. It was 83.42 yesterday. When I came in, it was just under 83. It looks like it went back up by a few pennies here. $83.17 for a barrel of West Texas crude. Tampa's still frozen at 86. We'll get a new number in the next couple of days. Japan's still reeling. I mean, the numbers out of Japan. Yesterday, 161.5. Today, it's 161.45. So it's still over. We'll just call it 161 and a half in exchange for your American dollar. Why are you still here? Why aren't you on a United or a JAL or a PAL that's taking you to go and do some shopping and getting ready? Do all your Christmas shopping now. Christmas in July in Tokyo. Doesn't it sound like fun? Nice. The Haneda. Do the Haneda jump. All right. So, and Philippine peso, same thing as yesterday. In fact, a little bit weaker than it was yesterday, 58.79. What you'll want to do is go to exchanged.com.
Not bad.
With an X. Changed.com on the World Wide Web and hook yourself up with an account that will let you. They'll show you how to do this, so you can actually buy your pesos and then when you get to the Philippines, when you get on the flight. Then you can go and pick up your pesos like in 1,000 places all over the Philippines. And these guys have got the best exchange rates there is. I mean, because you go to some of these the money changers, the other Forex guys, and there's a lot of commissions and fees and things like that.
Skimming.
These guys are affiliated with the major bank in the Philippines.
Yes,
so they're basically getting the exchange rate that the banks are going to be using. Your mileage may vary. Check it out, exchange.com. 1,386 won against the dollar as we move in that direction. Bad day for Bitcoin?
61,907. It's down 900.
Really?
Yeah.
61.9? Is it what you said?
I just refreshed it.
I thought it was, okay. I thought it was, okay. No, I was trying to figure out whether it was weaker or not. Yeah, I thought it was worse. Okay, but 61.9, that's not so bad. I mean, pennies away from 70. All right, we'll watch and see what the rest of the thing does. 7:27 in the morning, and about time for the extra point with Jerry Roberts. All I need do is open up the file from Jerry. This will go back, it's one of the original ones, going back number 496. So about the first year and a half of the extra points here. Yeah. This is a good one. It's one of the most valuable questions we can ever ask ourselves in our career and the rest of life too. But our ego rarely allows us to do it. I'm subbing for Jerry Roberts today. I'll ask that question and see how you feel about it next on The Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
How many times have you given your thoughts or opinions on a topic and the person you present it to doesn't seem to pick up on the points or the points that you're trying to make, and you think to yourself, why doesn't he get it? I mean, this is a person of average or better intelligence, and they don't seem to understand what you're talking about. How could they miss this? Maybe you're asking the wrong question. Maybe the question you should be asking is, why don't I get it? Word of warning. We've now entered into the personal limitations and biases zone, and few of us ever want to be there. This is the place that requires us to acknowledge that we have limitations, and that includes limited understanding of things. It's also where we have to face up to our beliefs and how they may have been formed. Up to now, all we had to do was silently put the blame on the other person for being clueless, and that's easy. The moment we begin to concede that maybe, just maybe, it's us who don't understand, all that goes out the window because we're never going to label ourselves as being clueless. In our case, it must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Have you ever had somebody suggest to you that you weren't seeing things clearly, that you had a blind spot? I don't have a blind spot. I'm seeing this with crystal clarity, you Bart. Well, maybe you did have a blind spot, and your bias didn't allow you to recognize it. When I believe something, you might say, that's Jerry's opinion. However, when you believe something to you, it's the truth. Think about it. Isn't that the way it is? Now, what if we're both right and both own a piece of the truth? Shouldn't we examine the possibility first before drawing a line in the sand and letting our ego take over? You recall when the internet exploded over the photo of a dress with the question asking, what color was it? Hundreds of millions of people around the world split into 2 groups. One said the dress was blue with black stripes, and the other said it was white with gold stripes. Who was right? Both of them were right. It turned out it had to do with how the brain perceived color under different lighting conditions. We see things differently because we all have unique biases based upon the many factors we're experienced on the road to being us. That's our life, and every bit of it went into making me who I am and you who you are. If we don't agree, it's not because we set out to do that. It's because that's the way it ended up. The only valid question is, now that we know we have a problem, what can we do together to deal with it? Workplace differences, polarized political viewpoints, relationships gone off the tracks. What have you said to the other person? You and I don't see this issue from different angles. You and I see this issue from different angles. Why don't we sit down and consider our respective positions to see if we can find some common ground? It's not as much fun as calling him clueless, but it might be a little bit more productive. And that's the extra point. Get out there, make something good happen today for 93.3 in the Ray Gibson Show. I'm not Jerry Roberts. But I'm surrounded by people who would have the same haircut.
But you're the president.
This is also brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. 7:32 in the morning. We leave from there and get into news and headlines with Norman Analista. This one brought to you by the team over at Burger King. And what are we doing, Burger King? Today's the day. Today's the day. In honor of the 80th liberation of Guam, Whopper Wednesday is back. You say, I love the Whopper. They'll take care of the rest at the drive-thru. Also being brought to you by Jody, Saran, and Libby. They are Pika's Best Realty for 2023. Holiday Realty. Nominate them for Pika's Best Realty for 2024 at Guam PDN. If you got questions about the way the real estate game works, maybe you want to become one of them. Join their team, 588-4232. Now with news and headlines, here is Norman Analista. Norm, what's going on?
Half a day and good morning, Guam. I'm Norman Analista with a look at headlines on The Point. Senator Chris Barnett tells his colleagues during yesterday's legislative session that his bill is simple. The more fentanyl and methamphetamine you deal, the longer your mandatory prison time will be. His bill, 23937, would boost the sentencing and fines based on the amount of drugs trafficked or manufactured. In other local news, two of the suspects in a 2023 homicide have had their cases dismissed in the Superior Court of Guam. Brandon Chandler and Jason Manibusan have been released from the Department of Corrections after the Office of the Attorney General made an oral motion on Monday to have their charges dismissed related to the death of Guam National Guard recruiter Jason Siswico. And finally, the Guam Power Authority announces a 5-hour power outage for today, beginning at 9 this morning to 2 this afternoon in parts of Mangilao. Crews will be conducting preventive maintenance. The areas affected are Savannah Magus Road, Chero Street, and surrounding areas. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Well, thank you very much. 7:33, almost 7:34 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. And I'm doing the 8 o'clock news, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you can jam.
Yes.
You can go. You can go.
Go.
You can go and breakfast
enjoying the
out.
holiday tomorrow.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I mean. I'm looking at my clock, bro. We're working until 10, right?
Yeah.
That sucks to be us, but we're not going to be here tomorrow. So my 4th of July will actually begin is shortly after 10 o'clock. What about you and the Analista clan? What do you guys got planned?
You know, we usually have a barbecue or we just eat out at home. But I want to chill tomorrow. You know, it's been pretty busy these last couple of days. So.
Yeah. Well, that's adulthood.
Yeah,
that's part of. I didn't.
It's a luxury.
I didn't realize, when you and I first started working together all of those years ago. But I ran across a meme. I got to share it on the thing a little bit later on. It basically says this is what being an adult means. Saying next week it'll be quieter, and you will say that for the rest every week for the rest of your life. Next week things will slow down. It'll be groovy. Well, you and the client have a fantastic 4th of July.
Too.
Catch you on Friday.
Yes, sir.
All right, groovy. It's at 7:35. Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
In a world where our cuisines unite, the Colonel has joined together your favorite extra crispy KFC fried chicken with an authentic hot and sweet Korean glaze, bringing you KFC's Korean fried chicken for a limited time.
It's back here on Guam. Try KFC's Korean fried chicken, and also available in Korean chicken strips. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Right on. It's 7:36. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys and the girls over at Beyond the Box. What kind of technology do you have right now? Do you have the absolute latest and greatest? Are you holding out for the next big thing? You know what? It's already there. They've already got it at Beyond the Box. Latest and greatest. Next big thing is the new and improved Apple Pros, iPad Pros. And they've got the latest and greatest down there. Significant technology and significant ways that you can use these iPad Pros. You know, back in the olden days, they were like a toy. And to the degree that there's still a lot of kids out there that are playing with them like toys, not anymore. iPad Pro, serious professional device that you can use to improve yourself and your business. You can get them at great prices, too, at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. There it is online on the meme. This is what it said. Adulthood is saying, but after this week, things will slow down a bit over and over until you die. That I managed to take to heart. Yeah.
If you die.
If you die, yes. At any rate, it's 7:37. A quick look at what's going on your roadways right about now. Day before the 4th of July holiday, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot that's going to slow you down unless you are on Route 3 right now. Looks like we got some stop-and-go traffic for a little bit between, golly, that's way past the hospital here, making its way towards the Marine Corps Drive. But I don't see anything crazy on Marine Corps Drive that should be causing all of that. Is there an accident on 3? Let me know if there is something out there, and I'll pass that along to the listeners. Not a whole lot happening on Marine Drive from Ipaupau to Waiseng Song. Otherwise, once you pass the Guam Regional Medical City and all that construction up there, you should be in for a straight shot all the way through Upper Tumon into Tamuning and then down into Tamuning that gets you into Agana and East Agana, et cetera. There's not a whole lot happening out there. Micronesia Mall intersection, ITC intersection, they're all running fairly clear. Route 16, the only place that ought to be slowing you down right now is around the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And then you got 8, 10, and 16, but it's pretty quiet right now if the view that I'm looking at is current. Don't see anything that's going to slow you down from there. Might still be some police activity over by the Assen Park, but you pass that without getting a ticket, should be able to make it all the way to Big Navy in Suma. At 7:38, more like that on the way.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
It's the return of Pageants on Guam. Join us on Friday, July 5th at the UOG Fine Arts Theater for the Miss Guam Curve Pageant. Support your favorite contestant as they compete to become the next Guam delegate to represent our island in international pageants. You can get your tickets from any of the contestants or purchase at the door. Special thanks to the stations of Choice Broadcasting, Bank of Guam, and Congressman James Moylan.
Sorry, I looking at another meme that somebody posted. I might steal and stick up on the meme machine. 7978255 739. And while they're calling for some degree of weather today, maybe some scattered showers, thunderstorms in the forecast. It might still be hot, and if it does get warm, then head to the nearest Wendy's. In fact, you know what? Just put the air conditioner on blast, but not cold, hot blast, and then prime yourself up. Get to Wendy's and try the newest sweet summer treat, the freshest fruit flavors, strawberry, blackberry, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool vacation memory from the past with a smooth and creamy treat. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
It's the Ray Gibson show.
It's a meme of a guy, and as a guy's wife says, you hung out with him every day for a week now, and you still don't know their names. And I'm like, yeah.
They say, dude.
What? So what? There's people I've known him for years. No idea what their name is.
Guy. Hey, guy.
I am blessed. I am blessed because they don't call me out on it. They don't go, hey. It's my name.
Yeah, you never said my name, bro.
Clark. I don't know. Chris. I know your name. It's Michael.
Good with faces.
Michael what?
We're good with faces.
Michael Hunt is your name.
Oh, boy.
All right. So where was I? 888-8255-888-TALK. That's the telephone number around these parts. And I had Sean Gumatauta on the radio earlier in the week because we had to gloat over the results of the debate.
The gloating.
Yeah, but there needed to be gloating.
Yes.
There needed to be dancing on Biden's grave. But we have not yet had a chance. Between the Republican National Party, PIO here on Guam, we have not had a chance yet to gloat over the Supreme Court ruling that came out just yesterday, early in the morning. So I thought I'd bring Tattoo Sean Gumatauta on the line so we could get some of that gloating going on the radio. Buenas and Alfade, Shawnee, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. Just sorry I missed your call earlier. I was actually waving with Jim Moylan,
Sabrina Salas-Matanani, Tony Ada, and Vince Borja over at the tri-intersection. So I apologize for missing the message earlier.
No, that's okay. Well, that's exactly what I wanted to find out about what was going on. And maybe everybody there that because it sounds like you were in a pretty conservative group might also likewise be gloating over the news that came out from the Supreme Court yesterday that provides for immunity for the President of the United States in all of his official acts.
Right. And you know what's interesting, Ray, is that, common sense has been really lacking all over the country in terms of how we deal with the law, how we look at things, and maybe to some extent here. And it's actually a victory for not only the president, but for all of Americans. When we think about the idea that the president is going to be pursued for acts after he leaves office is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
For all of us, we should be and we're not celebrating it. It's not the word. It's the idea that recognize that, man, the president was right all along, and many people who do their jobs day in and day out in service to America on the federal agency side, from the pick an agency, the National Archives, the White House, all of the respective organizations that support the president post presidency, right? Not pre-presidency, post presidency, and this is just another one of those kind of pretty much a message that, hey, man, these things have happened in his time, and we got to respect the authority of the president, even long after he leaves office. Well, there was some commentary that I heard earlier, Ray, that, presidents, if that was the case, then presidents will be prosecuted almost every day after they leave, and there's been so many of them before President Trump that kind of went off into, retirement and the like, and I'm just saying most of us should be happy about what happened.
I don't disagree. However, the hair on fire liberals that are out there are just going insane now, thinking up all of these wacky situations where the president would be immune from persecution if he did things like, persecute his political enemies one way or the other, as long as he could make it look like it was some kind of an official act. At the end of the day, he'd be able to do this, that, and the other. They said, my God, he's coming out with members of his cabinet that are pre-vetted now for loyalty, which means these guys are going to come in and basically disassemble the federal government of the United States of America, cut through all of the red tape, get rid of departments and agencies that either aren't doing their job or redundant to the jobs that families are capable of doing on their own. And I can't see they're all freaking out about it. The possibilities that all of the nightmare scenarios that they're keeping themselves awake at night, coming up with, conjuring in their heads.
No, but what about that? They're just not good at their jobs. That's another consideration. If the president Biden has appointed these people, they haven't done their job. They've let him down. Sounds kind of familiar when we think about things across even our own government here and across the country. If you're not gonna step up and do your work, man, it's time to step aside. Just resign. There's other things to do.
Mm-hmm.
Government is not meant to be for all people, and it's not, and it shouldn't be that way at any time. And especially here, when we're talking about the federal agencies, if they think they're going to be able to dismantle that's a big organization. I just find it so hard to believe.
But it's doable. It's doable. The scale is different, obviously, but you've seen what that guy did down in Argentina. Where he basically got rid of virtually every kind of what you and I might consider useless, redundant and self-serving agencies and the bureaucrats that were inside of them now, and the country is back on track. They have had their first week without inflation in decades.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of countries like the president there, Javier Milei, and others across the world now that the electorate's getting wise, getting smart, and they're really getting tired of all the woke business, all of this idea that we cannot use common sense anymore. And common sense is that, hey, listen, I think they have another thing coming, both here and abroad, that is what's about to rise. And I think that for all of us, this whole legal case against the president, especially when it comes to his immunity, is really, it was dangerous to begin with. But now the Supreme Court, they ruled, and it's going to be interesting. Just got to move forward, and hopefully we don't see any of this kind of behavior again. I think it might happen, but it shouldn't be part of what we are as Americans, anyways.
746. I think that was well said, Shawnee. I appreciate that. The other big deal for the Republicans was a Republican congressman delivering the State of the Congress address before the legislature and the governor the other night. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I got an invitation for your fundraiser, but I did not get an invitation to attend the speech the other night. What did I miss?
I mean, if you read the newspapers and you read the reaction from the candidates for Guam delegate on the Democratic side, you got to wonder, like, were you listening to the same speech that I was? Because even for me, I mean, I've been around those, Ray, for a couple of decades.
Yeah, you've done your share.
And his speech actually was very substantive in terms of, I mean, I even the party only picked out two. It was just the National Defense Authorization Act measures. I mean, in the history of Guam, have we seen $5 billion over a course of 2 fiscal years? And I challenge even the three that are there running to find out if that's ever happened. And I can tell you probably right now, probably not. But the idea that Jimmy was able to articulate his message, he was able to talk about the work he's done. It's pretty clear we got to keep Jim Moylan in Congress and keep him there to do the good work. I mean, if you try to throw any of the other three in the Congress makeup today, it's Republican led. It's more likely that it'll go backwards. So let's continue to support Jim and the work he's doing. It's good for Guam right now, and we got to keep him there.
I was just looking on Twitter because I wanted to see if we're starting to see any new research, any new polling that shows now what things are going to look like when it comes time for the presidential election. And if the election were held today, and I've got the image up on the screen now, but I know that you're on the road waving, so you're not going to be able to see this. But it shows based on, and this is Democrat research now. This is Democrat research, and it is showing that if the election were held today, that Trump would garner 358, I believe, of the electoral votes, and you only need 270 to win. I'm not going to say it's landslide, but it sure looks like it might be moving in that direction. And it's a map of the continental United States, Alaska and Hawaii, and it is virtually all red, except for a few of the diehard bluey states and the old colonies. And for some reason, everything up and down the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, and California. I don't know, and Hawaii. I don't understand how it's possible that they can't feel even overexposed to Bidenomics and the nature of what's going on in the country right now, especially along the border of Southern California.
Right, and the electoral count is really is what the electoral votes what really matters the most. I mean, I know that there's been talk about that the current president would win the popular vote. I don't even think he's going to win that. I mean, personally, I think we've seen his numbers dip. He's probably at the lowest level of any president in the history that they've been kind of measuring president approval ratings. I mean, I know the race to the bottom continues to fly, and I think at this point, America needs to take a course correction today. And you're right. If it was the election was today, Donald J. Trump would be the president of the United States.
10 away from the top of the hour, and one of the other parts of that begin to intrigue me around this time of a presidential election here is the conversation about the down ballot. What is vitally important if we're going to put Trump back in the White House, we've got to make sure that he's got a House and the Senate that see things his way. And to what degree among the Republicans, and you are part of the National Republican universe here, representing them here on Guam, along with people like my sister Juan Carlos, etc. But what is the sentiment among Republicans across the country about being able to get governor seats, retain governor seats, and push members of the Republican Party towards the House and the Senate? Is there that same confidence across the country that that's going to happen?
Yeah, honestly, I believe there is, and I think there's a little bit of a different twist to it than, say, 2 years ago. If you remember, there was all this talk about the red wave, all that stuff. But when we look at today's climate at the House and Senate, these very competitive seats, I mean, the Democrats have done their best to lose those seats. And then the Republicans are putting quality candidates into those the challenge for them. We're seeing already some big pickups across the country. We are seeing some of these incumbent Democrats who have been super progressive, almost ultra progressive, even at just too lefty, that they're also losing their seats today. So with that said, is it going to happen? I think as long as we will continue to bring out quality candidates to run and to serve their communities across the country, we can expect that we will get significant pickups in the Senate. We do expect to maintain the majority in the House. Obviously, winning with the president would be awesome. There are some great governor's races too, Ray, that are also emerging. again, to get that majority of governors to basically show that it is Republican leadership that's driving, good public policy. I think even houses, to include ours, will be in that list, among that list in November. So super excited for what the future brings in terms of what, in terms of just getting everyone to get out to vote, early.
It's vitally important. 30 days from that for the primary election here on Guam.
Hold on, Ray. No.
We got early voting.
It starts in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We need people to start voting in 2 weeks. I know that we've traditionally been a place of let's go on primary, but you know what? Those lines will be smaller. But more importantly, it goes back to the idea that we need everyone to vote early, and that's critically important for us to win the majority, for us to get Jimmy back in at the Congress, a majority, and of course all our mayors. So I'm encouraging all of our community to get out, vote early, vote Republican.
All right. So the last question I'm going to hit you with before we go, and it's way early for the conversation. However, it's very clear that Josh Tenorio wants to go from the lieutenant governor's office directly over to the governor's office in a scant 2 years from now. The Republicans that I'm aware of have not yet identified anybody that would be the banner holder for the Republican Party as his competition as governor, and certainly nothing that points to any lieutenant governors, despite some of the rumors that I've been floating around. Jesse Lujan and Mike Cruz. Despite that, the rumors that I've been floating around, Jess Alleg and Tony Ada, I haven't heard anything concrete. What are you hearing from some of the party bosses about possibilities to run against Josh in a couple of years?
You know what I've been saying as I guess I can call myself the party boss, right? At this point, my concern is we need to win one election at a time. I really do believe that the next governor of Guam will come out of a majority of lawmakers at the Guam legislature. If it does, great. But we need to focus on the prize, which is really just this one election at a time. And I think, Ray, right as soon as election day in November comes, that next day, I think that you'll start to hear more and more about who will be running. And I've heard a bunch of different names too. But as a party chair, I've been just trying to keep everyone focused. And even those guys that said, I'm doing it. And I'm like, oh yeah, well, you got to stay focused. And we got to win a majority. And
that's Charlie.
So bold. Yeah, well, just to be so bold, if we don't win the majority, if we don't win these majorities in these mayor's races, and Jimmy Moynihan doesn't get in, the success rate for Adelaide becomes that much greater.
No, you're right. You're smooth. You got to be in media.
I wonder where I got it from. I'm at 55.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna let you run back into your wave mode here, your candidate mode, and that's all the time that we've got for you. I got to bring up. Speaking of Alec Van Ada, I've got Pika's best mayor on line too. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Sean. Let me bring in Mayor Jess Alleg from the beautiful village of Petey Bunnison Holiday. Where you been? I haven't seen you since your fundraiser, like.
I have been gone too long. You're bougie these days. Norman on a lister?
Well, Donna's doing her summer traveling as well. And honestly, but you know what? The shirt that he was wearing today was not very Norman, if you know what I mean. It did not have any shine or glitter on it. It was colorful, but it did, and then the one yesterday, Robert Underwood Brown, green. Did you see that one? Was it got the thing?
No. I just got back last night.
Yep. But it would be great if all four of you were in here. It's Norman and you and Jerry Roberts and Real Joe. I'd be surrounded by baldies. But it's like you disappeared after your fundraiser at Blaze.
I know. Actually, I had already planned it. It was already planned for me to go. I visit my dad. Try to do that every year. Yeah. So it was 2 weeks, and
he's got to be proud of you, your old man.
Yeah, he is, and that's if I can make it out more than once, then I will. But I typically do once a year, and 2 weeks I think is a good time. He's getting the care that he needs, and we're all happy.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're back because this is the busy time of year. I mean, not that there's a not busy time of year for mayors, but especially busy because of everything that's going to be going on for the commemoration of the 80th Liberation, which actually begins this weekend. I didn't realize that we were up on the calendar. We got Willie Floor is going to be on a little bit later on talking about the Menegan Massacre and the memorial that they're going to be doing Saturday.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then that, they are continuing the run that'll go to the villages, and I'm sure he'll explain more about that. And so, most of us mayors are participating in that with him, so that'll be nice. And hopefully we can get more of our Manamkor survivors out to join us, because they're dwindling, as we always say. But there's still some that are very active, and some that still want to come out. So that'll start this weekend. Is correct.
And then from there, it's just a juggernaut of activities that will take place between now and the liberation festivities on the 21st of July. Just feels like it's around the corner, because literally it is less than 3 weeks away.
It's how crazy we've been talking about it since maybe January, figuring out what we should do, thinking about what would work best for most of us.
How Santa Rita is going to win and reclaim the crown for the float competition. Yes, all of those important things.
we know. So and then the coronation is the Queen's coronation is also this Sunday. It's not a closed event, but it's not widely public, simply because it's not a large venue. It'll be at the Hilton, and it'll be at 6 p.m. And so tickets are not free.
Even if you know Pica's best mayor, you still have to pay.
Even if you know him, correct. So we're full, because we're trying to accommodate all the royal court's families and friends. So we're actually quite full already. But that begins on Sunday for us, and then of course they have their roles as the royal court throughout the month, and we've received some invitations for them to appear at different places.
Excellent.
The Women's Chamber of Commerce, they're going there, of course, right? So it'll start with that. But so that's starting this weekend as well, and then we're going to go into the week of liberation, where we actually have the virtual reality experience.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. I'm not. You told me I can download it, but I'm going to wait until I can put on the goggles and do it live.
You know what? 15 minutes of your time, I think is worth it. You'll enjoy it. It's really a nice presentation. Those ladies, Cindy Rapadas, Nicole Cabo, they worked so hard on it, and I really applaud their efforts. And those are the grants that I'll certainly support and write support letters for.
Thank you for getting in trouble. One last thing before, and we've only got about a minute. Are we going to get any off-island liberators? We got anybody that was associated with the actual liberation of Guam 80 years ago coming in? Is a possibility?
There is a possibility of one. I don't know the full. Well, I'll find out in the next day or two since I've returned. But yeah, there is a possibility, and I'm sure we'll make that big news.
All right. And
he actually tried to reach out to someone here on the island. So
I thought I'd heard something along those lines, and I haven't been able to track down an answer. All right. Last thing, you got about 30 seconds to ask all of your the people of Guam to nominate you for Pica's best mayor.
Yeah, nominate Jesse Adams. But you better nominate Ray Gibson on the point first, because then we have nothing to listen to.
I'll still be here, even if I'm not the best. Give me something to shoot for in the next year. But it's been a pleasure being Pica's best radio personality on Pica's best radio station, spending time on the phone with Pica's best mayor, Jess Alec. Viva. Have a great 4th of July. I'll see you soon.
You too.
All right, here comes Fox News on the point.
Sentencing delayed. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The judge in former President Trump's hush money trial has agreed to put off his sentencing, originally set for next week, until at least September.
Judge Merchan is now considering whether to toss out Trump's 34 felony convictions based on yesterday's Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity. Now, Trump's legal team asked for this sentencing delay. They are accusing the Manhattan District Attorney's Office of improperly relying on evidence the Supreme Court deemed protected official acts by a president.
Fox's Brian Yennis in New York City. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. will soon announce an additional $2.3 billion in security assistance for Ukraine, which would include anti-tank weapons, interceptors, and munitions for Patriot and other air defense systems. Austin's remarks come as Ukraine's defense minister met with him at the Pentagon. The White House continues to push back nearly a week after last week's presidential debate. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is saying the president had a cold and the president has nothing to hide in terms of his health.
We get what Americans are feeling. That's why he's acknowledging he's not a young man. That's why he's acknowledging he's a little slower than he used to be in walking and not as smooth as speaking. We get that. But we also want to make sure that we point to the successes that he's had, his record.
And she says the White House has put out comprehensive information about the president's health and will continue to do so. The editorial boards of some newspapers, including the New York Times, have called on the president to abandon his re-election bid. On Wall Street, stocks rose after Fed Chair Jerome Powell noted progress in inflation, but said the central bank is still not ready to cut rates. The Dow gained 162, the Nasdaq gained 149, the S&P plus 33. The Nasdaq and the S&P closed at record highs. America is listening to Fox News.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 671-588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Won't consider striking a state law banning semi-automatic rifles.
The U.S. Supreme Court is refusing to hear a challenge to Illinois' ban on semi-automatic rifles such as the AR-15 styles. The decision released encompasses more than one of the lawsuits against the state over the ban, which was legislatively enacted. Other litigation continues, and the matter is largely unresolved. Illinois passed the ban in the wake of the July 4th mass shooting in Highland Park. Justice Clarence Thomas writes that he hopes the court will take up the question of what types of firearms can be prohibited. Eben Brown, Fox News.
This says the High Court declined to consider the case of a black man on death row in Georgia who says his trial was unfair because the prosecutor improperly excluded black jurors. Warren King was convicted of murder and other crimes in September 1994. At his trial, the prosecutor used strikes to eliminate more than 87% of the eligible black jurors and less than 9% of the eligible white jurors. The U.S. has made a deal with Moderna to develop a pandemic vaccine to treat bird flu.
The federal government will pay Moderna $176 million to create the vaccine for humans using the same mRNA technology that allowed rapid development and rollout of vaccines to protect against COVID-19. The vaccine for the H5N1 virus, or bird flu, could be used to scale up our response to a pandemic. Cases of the virus have been growing among dairy cows in 12 states. It has infected 3 people, all with mild cases. Federal health officials stress that the risk to humans remains low, and at this point, vaccination for bird flu is not recommended for any segment of the population. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
2 marble vases that marked ancient Athenians' graves more than 2,000 years ago have been returned to Greece from Switzerland. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Celebrating Guam's 80th Liberation Day, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in July, visit any Burger King restaurant, say, I love the Whopper, and get a free flame-grilled Whopper sandwich with the purchase of any large-size Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with the new mozzarella fries and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your family and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday only in July. Available at BK Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you, Guam, for 35 years from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
Introducing GTA Fiber, bringing fiber connection all the way to your home. Now you can get lightning-fast speeds of up to 1 gig. That's 1,000 Mbps. With 1 gig high-speed internet, you can now enjoy lightning-fast downloads and uploads that will leave you amazed. Seamless streaming of your favorite movies, shows, and music. Lag-free gaming. Effortless connectivity for all your devices, ensuring everyone in your household stays connected. Plus, you get our next-gen Plume Wi-Fi, built on Guam's most reliable network. Visit GTA.net to see if fiber is available in your area. GTA Fiber. Nothing beats fiber.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Buenos Zen, Holiday, Guam. It's 8:06 this morning, Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I'm Ray Gibson, and now a look at local news here on The Point. A man accused of being the getaway driver in the robbery and fatal shooting of a tourist this year will be released from prison this afternoon. Yesterday, Stephen Camacho was ordered to be released from the Department of Corrections by Superior Court of Guam Magistrate Judge Benjamin Sison Jr. Camacho, who has been held in prison on charges related to the January robbery and fatal shooting of 60-year-old He Jun Huang, was released by Sison after Camacho's parents and girlfriend were deemed suitable to be third-party custodians. In other court news, 2 of the suspects in a 2023 homicide have had their cases dismissed in the Superior Court of Guam. Brandon Chandler and Jason Menebusen have been released from the Department of Corrections after the Office of the Attorney General's office made an oral motion on Monday to have their charges dismissed relative to the 2023 death of Guam National Guard recruiter Jason Susuiko. The dismissal was the result of extensive discussion held before Judge Arthur Barcinas, who was scheduled to hold a trial this week for Chandler and Menebusen, along with co-defendants Cynthia Caneta and Zordan Babauta. Chandler, Menebusen, Caneta, and Babauta, along with their attorneys, first appeared before Barcinas around 1 p.m. Monday because of concerns related to defense attorneys receiving possibly exculpatory pieces of evidence last week. In other news, a tow truck driver with an expired business license faces criminal charges after towing and storing a vehicle at the request of a condominium homeowners association, according to a magistrate complaint filed in the Superior Court. Robert Keith Sargi, 53, was charged with theft of property and theft by deception as a third-degree felony. They got 2 counts of failure to comply with tow truck business requirements and towing notice requirements as violations. Back in October, a woman left on military deployment with her vehicle parked in an assigned parking spot in the condo. According to the complaint, the parking space was assigned to somebody else, and the association had Sargi tow the car on February the 12th. There are other details in this. I'll see if I can scratch them up and get them on the air before too much longer. In the meantime, a quick break.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
It's yet another way to deal with the island's ever-growing drug crisis. Senator Chris Barnett tells his colleagues during yesterday's legislative session that his bill is simple. The more fentanyl and methamphetamine you deal, the longer your mandatory prison time will be. His bill, 239-37, would boost the sentencing and fines based on the amount of drugs trafficked or manufactured. It would also remove the first-time offender safety valve for trafficking and manufacturing crimes. Senator sent Barnett's bill to the voting file, set to be voted on in a few days. But we don't know when those few days are going to be, when we're actually going to see members of the legislature swearing in and raising their hands on bills. From opening a time capsule to swearing in new members of the local bar and hosting a legal summit, the judiciary of Guam will be hosting multiple events this week in recognition of the 50th anniversary of the Court Reorganization Act. The Act of 1974, which came from Public Law 12-85, established the Superior Court of Guam as it is known today, as well as the first Supreme Court of Guam, laying the foundation for an independent judicial branch. This Friday, officials will open a 32-year-old time capsule. Apparently, they couldn't wait. Okay, I'm almost done with the news. Can I? I tried to play it straight for as long as I could.
You did your best.
I tried to play it straight.
God, maximum effort.
The 32-year-old time capsule is going to be opened at 4:20 in the afternoon.
No.
What? on.
This is a court, huh?
How'd you come up
That's
with that
sweet,
number?
man.
That's
so,
it.
A judge is about to retire.
Smoke them if you got them. Smoke them if you got them. All right. So we'll the other details on what the contents might be, because I'd asked everybody what would they put if they were, because everybody that's listening, it's not like this thing was put in the ground in 1924. It was put in the ground 32 years ago, and so that was like 1992. So you got any ideas on what might be what you would have put in a time capsule? What kind of memory you would have socked aside? I already told you mine. It was like a cassette from Mad Mel's of Vanilla Ice's Ice Ice Baby. Finally, in the news, the Guam Power Authority has announced a 5-hour power outrage today from 9 to 2 in parts of Manilao. They're conducting preventative maintenance. Sabanan Magas and Terro Street and surrounding areas are going to be affected by this. While inconvenient, it is necessary as a safety precaution while crews are working on the lines. And there you have it. That's the last look at news here this morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm supposed to do weather, too?
Yeah, you throw to yourself.
Oh, my God. I gotta do the news. I got to do the weather.
And now here's Ray Gibson with the weather.
I had to do the extra point here. My God, this is me and you. Are you getting calluses on your button-pushing finger?
Yes, sir.
Thought you might be. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast for today. Partly sunny skies otherwise, with highs near 89 degrees. East winds 9 to 13, gusting as high as 18. Scattered showers and storms could be in the forecast for tonight as well. Definitely mostly cloudy and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. It will be darker because there's not much moon out there right now. I don't know if you saw that little hangnail of a moon earlier this morning. Means another moon's coming up here. Scattered showers and thunderstorms on Independence Day. Mostly cloudy skies, they say, with highs near 87 degrees. I do not want this to slow you down. Bring an umbrella if you need to. Bring a raincoat if you need to. Bring an extra pair of clothes if you need to. But make sure that you got plans for the rain. So if they do come, you've got alternatives. I don't want you to go, oh, it's raining. I don't want it. Never mind. We'll just stay home. I'll just, you know what? I want to make a TikTok today. So I just stay home and make the No, get out there and enjoy the day and think about just how awesome it is to be an American on Guam in 2024. Mostly cloudy skies in the forecast, so that could blunt the forecast for the fireworks show. I mean, I'm sure they'll still do it. Is that Jeff Jams doing it?
I believe so.
Let's see if we can find him.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find him and learn a little bit more about the show. Now, this is going to be down over at Polaris Point. I don't know that there are any other official fireworks celebrations for the evening. We'll see what we can find out. Partly cloudy on Friday evening as well, but mostly sunny during the day on Friday. So those of you that are getting an extra day off or are just going to be calling in, I'm sorry, I think I got what Biden's got. Go ahead and call in sick on Friday morning and enjoy mostly sunny skies. Heat index 92 today, 40% chance of rain. Rip currents and man-o-war in the waters. Be careful. Sunset tonight should be about 6:52. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Experience the magic of the Super American Circus with Circle K. Spend $25 at any Circle K and receive a free adult ticket. Or make any purchase and show your My Rewards ID at checkout for a free child ticket. Don't miss the chance to experience the Super American Circus at PIC. Grab your free tickets at your favorite Circle K. Promotion is valid until August 31st, 2024. Fuel purchases are not included. Other conditions may apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more info.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And at any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
It's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home and goofing off with the VFW tomorrow at Epal Beach Park. Dennis Larson says 11 o'clock is when things ought to start getting underway. You want to help out? You want to bring something? No empty hands. Just park it and bring it with you. And if you need help, somebody with an APL T-shirt can be pressed into service to help you bring it from the car. Portions of the program also being brought to you by the team over at Wendy's. What do they got for you for this hot summer. They've got the flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries in the freshest fruit flavor. They call it the Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. So when it gets to be 92, feels like degrees today, go and cool yourself off. Make some great summer memories with the Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I'm so glad we've got the Christine Oliver throwing words that we wouldn't normally use on the radio. And I gotta do a shout to. Let me see if I can get the name back up on the screen, at least my screen, so I can see it. I think it is, Carly Irish is her name. And Carly Irish, hers talking, yesterday was, what did I say it was? It was get over your fear of public speaking, and then admitted that right up until the time that I jump on the stage, turn on the microphone, and utter my first few words, I feel just a twinge of anxiety from time to time, because it's an unnatural thing. It is an unnatural thing for a lot of people to just be able to get up there and do that mic thing. Though I was trained. I will tell you that I was trained to be a master of ceremonies. The very first MC gig that I ever had, and I told you this, was at Guam Academy of Music and Arts in like 64, 65.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. So it was the graduating class, and they asked me to be the master of ceremonies and to announce everybody's name as they came up. And I earned that privilege because I was the only one in the class that knew everybody's name.
Oh, nice.
So I could call them, and likely. There's the Guam Academy of Music and Arts people actually have a picture of it. I look just like my mom. But anyway, thanks very much for that, Carly. I appreciate your advice. And she said the next time you feel like that, hold on a second. Next time you're feeling like that, do the 4-7-8 breathing practice. You inhale for 4 seconds. Hold your breath for 7 seconds.
Wow, that's long.
And then exhale. No, this is even longer. Exhale for 8 seconds. So basically, you've emptied out your lungs.
Big lungs.
But all of that anxiety goes out at the same time.
Okay.
I want to say it may be the same or different. Find Ismail, because it sounds to me a lot like, isn't there a thing called like seal breathing?
Yeah.
Where that's one of the things that they do to overcome anxieties and whatever, is they breathe in this long, hold your breath that long, exhale that long, and then they start the process all over again. One of the SEALs will maybe this guy, Brandon the Truth Vera, is on the line. Buenos and Brandon. What do you do to get rid of? Every once in a while, you get the butterflies. What do you do to shake that out of your system before you get in the ring or do public speaking or whatever?
Honestly,
I
throw up.
No way.
Tell the truth.
What? You throw up?
You asked honestly. Before every fight, I would literally throw up.
Oh my God! Oh my God! But if that's the way you do that, that's the way you do that. You get rid of the anxiety and yesterday's lunch at the same time. But if that's what it takes to get you in fighting shape, I got Brandon's on the line for a couple of different reasons. One of them is a big deal was made yesterday, as it should have been, for somebody that I'm sure you're very, very close to, Patrick Nkanko. The Good Samaritan that took down the bad guy as a result of him driving around crazy and high and drunk in a neighborhood. I thought it was fantastic, and I'm glad that there are people like that, like you, that have got training in a very, very specific functions and was able to use it for good and to help protect the other people in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. When you have a strong society, it makes for a better community, and I'm a huge fan of that. And I don't know Patrick personally. We're training with all the same type of people and same people. So 7 degrees of separation on our island, probably only 2. But I'm glad that he handled the situation he did, and it would be nice to see more able-bodied citizens to be able to do things like this when needed, if they decided they would want to put themselves in that situation.
I hope that we will all amplify the work that he did, and I'm sure you feel the same way about this as I do. I think we've got a generation of young men that now more than ever absolutely need some guidance, absolutely need some training, absolutely need role models, so that when it comes time to step up and be a man, you're capable of doing that job.
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100%. We're missing that. We're missing John Wayne. We're missing Clint Eastwood. We're missing Bruce Lee. We're missing our superheroes.
Right.
We're missing the world superheroes, and I'm glad that in a small way that we could just be doing our part to help transition some of these men into adulthood and giving them something forward to look up at, you know?
So the other reason, in addition to that, we were talking about guys like Patrick, guys like you, of course, Frank the Crank Camacho, et cetera, and I get a note from my buddy Mike Phillips, who says Mount Carmel School begins its full inclusion of martial arts. Brandon the Truth Vera is the chair of the MCS Martial Arts Department, bringing on 2 additional coaches. Every student is entitled to a complete education, including how to become a man or a strong and independent and capable woman. Very important to learn early and learn correct, safe techniques, and that's what you're going to help teach at Mount Carmel. I think that's awesome.
Yes, sir. It's been in the works for a little while now, but we just have to make sure that we cross all the T's, dot the I's. But it's happening. One of the coaches, DJ Jackson, is actually on the airplane right now, flying to Guam as we speak. Our other coach, Dorian Price, has some things to finish up in Florida. The commercial actually goes out today that we finished filming, and it's a program that is part of their curriculum. And my most favorite way to describe this, I'm a nerd, so please don't take offense. I'm a nerd. I'm a super nerd. The easiest way I could describe this, when we were talking about the concept and Mount Carmel, MCS becoming this petri dish for this program, man, this is almost like Professor X's school for the gifted mutants.
Awesome.
You go train, and then you go learn subjects. You're going to become a complete standing citizen in a couple years. You'll be able to tell somebody no and mean it. You'll be able to tell people yes and mean it. You won't be able to get pressured into anything anymore. You'll understand when and where to use applicable violence or restraint. We're not teaching kids how to fight. We're teaching kids how to defend and stand up for themselves, and that's the biggest thing. I'm a super fan of this program. I'm all in for this program. We have, obviously, Mount Carmel is investing heavy with 3 coaches and new equipment for 2 separate rooms. We have a grappling room with all the bells and whistles, and then we also have a dedicated stand-up room with the heavy bags, and I don't know how to explain it. It's exciting.
It sounds like you've got everything that you need. It'd be the MCS dojo, if you will, and people from all over the school will be able to get in there. And as you said, I kind of like the way that you're doing this. This is not martial arts training. We're talking about developing human beings. Is what we're talking about, and capable and independent human beings. That when they say something, they'll be able to back it up. When they see something, they'll be able to defeat the sneak and protect the weak, if you will. I think this is going to make all of the episodes. I mean, there's my geek reference to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? That's what we've got to do, and I love the idea that you're going to be a part of this. I knew the first time I saw you. I remember exactly where it was. I remember where the first time I saw you, and they said that you live here now. I said this is going to be good for Guam. So I'm glad that you're a part of the process. I'm glad that you're excited about the process. So what? You going to send your kid down there? Is the trail going to start going to MCS?
He actually has the paperwork yesterday. We're starting to fill it out now. So, yes, sir.
Now, I'm a fan of MCS and always have been, even though I wasn't able to go to school there. Many of my contemporaries did. And they turned out, despite the fact that they didn't have any kind of martial arts training, they turned out to be pretty strong and independent and certified grown-ups in their very own right. And I think that's fantastic. And they've got a great music program. You want to talk about a complete education. You're in the spot for it. So it's starting for this school year. I have not gotten the commercial yet that's talking about signing up. I think that's on the way, though. We've been in conversation with them, so it wouldn't be too much longer before we start getting those spots that you will hear me read on the radio. I think it's great. So can I just a couple other questions for you, because it's been a while since I had you in the studio. How's the podcast coming along?
Podcast is going well. We've slowed down a little bit because everybody's so busy doing other things right now. But as soon as our schedules meet up, we hit up a podcast and talk about current events. The last one that we got to do was at Ina Wellness down at the Nico Hotel, and it was really, really cool. We had Chief Kuya JM John. This is not all island. He was doing some family stuff with his son Max, and then Chief was actually off island, but we zoomed in. We interneted him in until the internet gave out. But yes, sir, the podcast is still awesome to talk about. It's one things we get to do and just not think about. You just go there and have fun and just talk.
Yeah. I've got everything I need to set it up. I just don't have the time or the inspiration to actually make a moving target out of the thing. Maybe later in the year we'll see how that plays out. And that was just one of multiple prongs of Brandon the Truth Vera. You've also got your wardrobe line. How is that selling? And because I've limited funds for that kind of thing, and lately Crowns has been getting all my money. So when are you going to come out with some cool shirts and some cool apparel that I can wear on the show?
Soon, very, very soon. Our athleisure wear is doing really well. You can go to brandonvera.com to make your selections and make it happen. I'll make sure I get you a care package next time we come into the studio.
It'd be great. Well, I was hoping I'd be able to do a candidate interview with you. I kind of was hoping that day that we all showed up over at Applebee's, that was going to be the launch of not just the podcast, not just the athletic wear, but the launch of a political campaign for you.
A lot of people have been asking that question or what we're doing, and I do have thoughts run across my mind once in a while, but we have a lot of things in front of us right now with MCS, with our clothing apparel, with our Grappling United series, which is going to happen in November. That's free for all athletes again at UOG. So there's just a lot of things that we have on our plate, but I'm definitely paying attention to the political field and how the world is playing itself out right now. So I'm eyes on. Yes, sir.
Interesting planet. Of course, BJ Penn, who made a run for governor in Hawaii, didn't make that, but he's back on the campaign trail. What's he shooting for, like councilman or something like that in Hawaii?
I think he's going for councilman right now, and he's making a lot of noise through his social media and
Love it.
Bring a lot of subjects to light. BJ's style is a little bit more rough around the edges than mine, but it's BJ. That's been the scrapper since day one, so that's how his style is.
Well, but he's got a lot. I read the Hawaii news all the time. I got a Hawaii Free Press subscription, so I get into a lot of stuff, and it's just amazing just how awful things are getting in his state, and it all seems to be, everything is happening right in front of the eyes of the government and all of their political leadership, et cetera, their representatives, and nobody seems to be lifting any fingers to solve any of these problems, and it is very, very clear to me that we're going to see a whole bunch of eminent domain over land in Maui, Lahaina in particular, that's going to be seized from all of those people. Yeah. And they're I think in a year, more than a year, of all of the people that have made claims and put in applications for building permits, I think they've only cleared like 3 or 4. I mean, it's a really, really small number of building permits. It's already hard to get a building permit in Hawaii, but you'd think in the wake of a disaster that has impacted so many families, so many actual human beings that just want to get back in there, rebuild their house, rebuild their business, and the state is actually in front of them, prohibiting them from doing that because it's starting to come out now. They want to build some kind of a tourist attraction in what was beautiful Lahaina.
That's been the plan the whole time, and I'm glad that the world is seeing. The world is starting to pay attention. it's good because the only way that things like this happen are on purpose. And I'm not saying that disaster. We're not going to conspiracy theories. I'm saying the only reason why the building permits are being such a pain in the ass is on purpose, 100%. Come on, the whole world is watching. You can't help the people of Lahaina. You're going to make it hard for them. So there's a reason by it, and I'm glad that the whole world has their eyes on.
Yeah, and we talk about it here. I bring it up. Everybody says, man, you give Hawaii a hard time. I said, I don't mean to give Hawaii a hard time. It's just these are cautionary tales. There, but for the grace of God go I. If we let this happen there's nothing that will stop our bureaucrats from doing the same thing out here. Because I worry we need some MMA with inside the legislatures here to keep some of these bureaucrats and these red tapers in check. There it is. There's the story. There are 2,200 buildings that were burned in the Lahaina disaster. So far, only 23 building permits have been issued. Out of 2,200 buildings, the government has only seen fit to clear a path for 23 building permits. And you got to wonder what connections were abused in order to get those 23 building permits.
And that's not by accident,
Man, I like talking to you. Accident. I do like talking to you, Brandon. So one last thing before I let you go. I got a note while we were talking from police officer Paul Tapau, and he said... was blessed to have the Truth and Royce be a part of our Fade Away from Violence program. Ask him if he would like to collaborate with GPD again.
I would love to cooperate and collaborate with GPD for any outreach programs that they're having. I think that is a very, very good program, and I think it should become a very, very consistent program. So let's work on making something happen.
Paul, you know how to get a hold of me. I know how to get a hold of Brandon, and we'll get it together. 200 at-risk students and the Truth, truly inspirational to these young kids. That's 200 lives that have already been turned around, and there's plenty more that need it. And I'm glad that you're going to be leading things over at Mount Carmel School. We'll give you details in the next couple of days how you can get your kids wherever they live on Guam. There's busing from every point on Guam to Mount Carmel School, so you don't have to worry about transportation. And they're a charter school now, so all of the features and benefits the other charter schools enjoy, you'll be able to find at Mount Carmel School as well. Brandon, don't be a stranger. You got stuff you want to talk about. You call in anytime, bud.
Yes, sir. I promise. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much, Ray. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Happy 4th of July to you and the family.
Happy 4th to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, amigo.
Viva.
Viva. Viva. Nice. Brandon, the Truth Vera, and there it is, the segment of Truth on the radio show. We seem to align on many of the similar topics. It was just sickening when I saw this story. Looking at this thing, you got to be kidding. Despite a 10%, wait a second, that's not the story. Hold on, I put it away, I think, because there's so many other stories that I've got from out of the Hawaii Free Press that are fun to share. How about this? You want to talk about corruption? Over the last 2 years, dozens of Oahu drivers have been arrested for operating a vehicle under the influence.
No.
Yes. They were actually arrested with blood alcohol. The breathalyzer results were 0.0. No alcohol in their system, but they were still arrested in 2022. And last year, nearly 300 drivers who were arrested had blood or breath test results below the legal limit of 0.08. Even more concerning, there were 69 people with results of 0.0. Still managed to get arrested for driving under the influence. Maybe there was something else. It wasn't alcohol in there, but maybe there were other drugs in the system.
Impaired driving.
Yeah, well, that's then a different category, I suppose. Yeah. Welcome to our neighborhood, Ball said Wednesday as he greeted a van full of Hawaii reporters invited by Maui County officials to tour certain fire-ravaged sites. The gravel covering lots on his streets in Lahaina indicate which properties have been cleared of debris and toxic ash in the month. Oh, toxic ash, of course. In the month since August 8th of 2023. On the lots along Como Mai Street, there are pockets of green poking through still visible charred vegetation. Speaking over the noise from heavy equipment working across the street, boy, this is an artistic right. Ball described how he was able to get a building permit quickly, partly because his home was only about 5 years old and his contractor still had the plans. Ball wants to rebuild the same house from those plants. We might change the color of the paint. Make it blue. nearby on Malanai Street. Some walls were already up on Gene Milne's property. His is the first to start construction because his previous home was not yet fully completed and had open permits. The county has approved 23 residential building permits so far. 70 of them are under review. Quote, we're not focused on the speed. We're focused on the safety. 1%. 99% of the people of Lahaina and Maui have no permit to rebuild. That comes as there is a story about what they want to do with it. The plan is to use eminent domain to seize private property and remake Lahaina into a water-oriented tourist attraction modeled vaguely on pre-plantation, pre-water diversion 1820s to 1840s when Lahaina was the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom. One of Lahaina's most prominent cultural leaders, Ke'eomoku Kapu, also submitted written testimony in support of the measure. The fires provided a new opportunity to rebuild and restore Lahaina in a way that reflects its rich history and cultural heritage. The community has rallied around the restoration of Moko'ula, considered by many Hawaiians to be sacred land, once surrounded by the freshwater pond, I can't pronounce, formerly the site of King Kamehameha III's royal palace. The burned Lahaina town was shaped by the plantation era and adapted to tourism. Remade Lahaina will be a tourist-oriented animation of the pre-plantation era, when the economy was based on the slaughtering of whales for oil from their blubber. In 1850, the Hawaiian Kingdom capital shifted to Honolulu to chase the lucrative resupply of gold rush ships heading to San Francisco. After rounding Cape Horn, Lahaina whaling era ended suddenly after Rockefeller stepped in to save the whales. But there is a whole other story. So you can see now. What is it? Take advantage. There's no disaster should be left. I don't know. There's a phrase. We got to take advantage of this disaster.
Never let a crisis go
That's what I'm trying to say. And that is a prime example. People living there in 2023 get themselves burned out and locked out of their properties. I mean, they didn't even let them go to their properties to see if they could salvage anything. Jewelry, pictures. Yeah. Like Brandon said, this is a plan. It might have started off as a disaster, but they certainly took advantage of that. 8:37 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. I'm blowing off the 8:30 news.
Yeah.
And we're coming back after the break with celebrity birthdays and special events.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
In a world where our cuisines unite, the Colonel has joined together your favorite extra crispy KFC fried chicken with an authentic hot and sweet Korean glaze, bringing you KFC's Korean fried chicken for a limited time.
It's back here on Guam. Try KFC's Korean fried chicken, and also available in Korean chicken strips. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Hey, what coffee shop's the best place to get some espresso?
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm not happy unless I'm triggering somebody. What is it? The rice is rice. That was the trigger for yesterday, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let me just before I get into that, let me just do a couple of shouts to folks online: Andy Terlai, Stephen Liz, Peter Santos. He's taking a couple of swipes at Doug Moore. Why are you taking a swipe at Doug Moreland today? I didn't talk to him. I want to talk to him. We talked a little bit yesterday about a couple of these yahoos getting out from under surveillance because they've been able to post a magical bond. You know, the one where you don't actually have to put any money anywhere. Yeah. And now we've got this is interesting. We've got the guy, not the trigger man, but the driver, the getaway driver.
Supposed.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Allegedly, whatever.
We're still figuring it out, man.
Yeah. And so he gets to be out of prison. And the damnedest thing about this is we're not the only ones that read Guam news. I'm sure people in South Korea are going to hear about this guy being let out and wonder about the nature of the American
do things here.
Jurisprudence and criminal systems that we've got in this part of the world, in the United States of America. Chad Nathan, Sablanes Gore, Juanita Machi online. There's Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, Roland Sondia, Buenas and Afade, too. Let me see. Chris Frank is there. Oh, he's saying thanks. No problem. Hey, buddy, we're going to support you. We're going to support you. B-Man, Dennis Larson says we're supporting you and helping out with the fundraiser over at Taz, then that's what we're going to do. Linda Chargalov Kostelny, Ohio, happy Wednesday, Ray and the Point from Iwakuni, Japan. Jesse Nanetti, Aurelio Pareda, Zanwen Rowe, nice to see you online, girl. Ruben Mortera and Havade 2, Naomi Taitano. Bihu. I think that reference came from when I was talking about the lady at the restaurant offering to carry my food to the car. Should I do that now? Am I in that? I got salt and pepper beard.
Just point at someone and say, "Carry this to my car, please."
I know.
Hey, boy.
Hey, can you get in the seat too? Can you hold it till I get home? Elena Garcia's online. Elena, what is Elena running for? The mayor of someplace? Because this looks like her profile picture looks like a bota. Dale Audette is online. Brennan Fausto. Simon Sanchez says Guam's courts and best lawyers continue to show that A.G. Moylan is too often wrong on the law and a bad manager. Just being elected, Simon says, doesn't justify incompetence nor gaslighting accusations that are not proven in court. I guess I know which way that fish is flopping. Andy Terlai says the class of 82 was fundraising in 1992 at AA. They're opening up a 32-year-old time capsule over at the courthouse as part of their festivities. They're opening it up 32 years ago. And that doesn't sound like a long time because it wasn't really a long time ago. We're talking about 1992 when this thing got sunk in the ground or whatever it was that they did with it. It's not like it's going back to 1924 or 100 years ago. Was life all that different
were the days.
In 1992? And I'm here to tell you, yes, things were different in 1992. It was better in 1992. I don't know. We had Governor Carl Gutierrez was in office around that time, right? No, I might be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking about Joe Adams. Somebody will look it up for me and figure it out. My point is that it seemed to have been a better time. There's all kinds of growth and development around here, and new stores and new hotels, new clubs that we were all going
Wayne's
to.
World.
Dude, did you not hear me say the guy AA? Then AA rest. Did you ever go there?
Yeah.
You were old enough to get in?
I could dance. Yeah.
Did you ever go from
fake
AA?
ID, man. Everybody had a fake ID on Guam.
To deviate?
Yes.
that was the trip, wasn't it?
Isn't that a gay bar?
No,
Why
it was
would you say that to me?
it was not a gay bar. It was that new wave place.
You're right.
It was that industrial place.
It was a new wave, quote unquote. It was a new wave. It wasn't a gay bar, Joe.
That was all of my buddies with
and I run into BJ Cruz there, man.
Black turtleneck sweaters. That's where they all went to smoke clove cigarettes.
Yeah, you're right.
Bunkermento, remembering signatures. Tahiti Rama's, Wet Willie's, 10-4, Century Disco, Hibiscus Lounge and Discotheque, Captain's Tables, Lights, the Gold Disc. That was Jimmy D's gold disc. Jimmy D's tattoo lounge. But it was
Jimmy D's tattoo lounge.
The building is still there. They just renovated the building that Jimmy D's was at, and he had this stainless steel dance floor. You remember that?
Yeah.
And I always said, Jimmy, you need to polish that. Gotta polish it up, so I can see the reflection of the girls. I must know the gold and Leo's, which is now Bantai, and Leo's was known primarily because it had the Volkswagen sticking out in the parking lot, like it had crashed into it, and inside, if you went inside, the other half of the Volkswagen was inside. We used to have cool stuff like that, bro. We don't have anything like that
Guam
now.
was all right.
But we got I don't know, we got a donkey, I suppose. Ray Paris saying half a day. Lynn and Vince Bora, Polino, Army. Lynn's online. Okay, that's 2 balloon smugglers accounted for. David
Finally.
Targaloff, Karina Balesta, then let me see, Auntie Bennett checking in. Monica and Ninetti De Vera saying good morning to everybody. Man, with that name there, are you running for office? That's all your names. Marvin Crisostomo. Hey, Marv. Nice to see you.
Hey, Marv.
Have you noticed there is a Denancy revolution that's taking place here on Guam?
Man.
Did you see that Ture apparently has their own Denancy now?
It's blazing.
Is it?
Yeah.
I haven't checked it. What do we know about Ture?
There's cameras everywhere.
Everywhere.
Watch yourself.
Greg Baz Knight online. Joey Kitsu, Tattoo Shauna says infusion. Wait, why did you say infusion? What did I ask about coffee?
You were asking where to get
espresso.
Espresso. Yeah.
Shauna, it was a joke. It was a joke. I was just trying to make
Vente Grande.
real coffee people just scream at the radio. It's pronounced espresso. It's not espresso. Lynn, Vince, Bora, Polino's double A, my stomping ground. Yeah, nice stomping ground. I knew people that, do you want to go there? Like, no, I'll get my ass kicked. Because it was one of those places. And it was, didn't it also have the reputation as being like super attack my bar?
The best. The best of check,
right? I mean, it was. There's a concept. We don't talk about it very often, but I think I will today for just a little bit in between now and the end of the hour. But there used to be a time where the concept is and was hide in plain sight, and that was the defense. I mean, so if you went someplace like there or Riverside, the quote cha-cha bars that we used to have, and if you were seen with somebody else, the automatic defense was, hey, she's just my friend. He's just my friend.
My cousin.
If I was cheating, I would not cheat in some place where you walk in and everybody knows you.
She's my super hot cousin.
Yeah, no, I know her from work, and we just went out to have a drink after work.
Yes.
You know, so and so at a fundraiser or whatever. I just know her
friendly
from
touches.
Yeah. You know, it's not like we went to the bathroom together or whatever. But we used to have more of those places like that. Where is, and Dave might be able to answer the question at 8:46. Where is this generation's cha-cha Tsakma bar? Anybody know?
No, that's a tough one.
Secret.
Good time.
Well, that's the point, though. It's not
Good
supposed to be a
time
secret.
lounge.
Is it?
I don't know. I haven't gone out, man. I don't go out anymore.
Check. Who is it? That's a good candidate for it, though. That would be a great candidate for it. They've got a couple of dark spots over there. Right. Super fundraiser. If it's not venue, it's over there. Let me bring Dave into the conversation. Buenos Day. Happy Independence Day, David.
How's it doing?
What?
Long time no talk.
I know, bro. Day?
I've just been chilling out. Hey. No. So what's you guys take on the debate?
Oh, take on the debate? I'm worried for our country. I'm absolutely worried for our country. We are leading edge, tip of the spear, all of that stuff out here, and I hope our enemies did not watch that debate. On the other hand, if they did, it would only confirm what they believe to be true anyway.
Let me just give you another side of the story that you guys, a lot of people are not thinking about.
Good.
But you know how Guam is, right? We take care of our own. Usually, especially if you're not on meth or anything like that, you take care of your own, right? But I'm cool like that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you it's a disgrace for all these Democrats and whoever else is pushing that old man like a puppet. Because what we saw, especially I'm talking about people that experience elderly family members going through that stage of whatever it is, they're gonna play it. But we all know that's only one road the guy's in, and that's dementia, whatever you want to call it. And it's sad because look now, they put it up there. Oh yeah, he's good, he's sharp like a bullet, whatever you want to say. But when the truth came out, hey, the guy's just doing what he's doing, being what he's being, because they're putting him up there. And that's wrong, dude. That's abuse of manamku. If you look at it, you don't look at it, look at it, he's an old fart, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think about it too, Ray, because remember, you're not young, dude. When you get to that stage, remember it's only like 10, right? Maybe 10, 20 years from now.
Oh, I have moments where, thank God for Real Joe, he remembers things like cotton candy. When I can't remember what it is that Mike Nicholas is turning out there, he jumps in because he knows I'm not going to remember that.
There you go. There you go. You see what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, man, us, man, for me, hey, you know my view, right? I'm actually, but man, today is red right now. You know what I'm saying? But when I saw that debate, that just brought back my personal experience with an elderly. You know, that you know, when I was growing up, that guy was like, you know, even my grandfather, they were like, you know, these guys like 81, bro, and he still has six-pack. Let me tell you that. And the guy's not even 5 feet tall. But you put on the gloves, the boxing gloves, and we'll see who's standing up. I'll tell you that right now, Chalo. Before he got his stroke, okay? But, you know, looking at that, man, those Democrats are not ashamed. And even the Republicans, but I hate to say it, but the Republicans, you guys should be ashamed. The only thing that I'm thankful or you know, the only thing, but one of the big things, when I saw Trump look at Biden and, you know, because Trump could have just bombed him. He could have did what he usually does, you know, be a shark and shark spit, you know what I mean? Shark Tank, whatever you want to call it. But he didn't do that, bro, because he respected. He knew that that's the road that he might be going on. And that's why he could push
there was a scene, Dave, that I remember I was watching in the video, and Biden was having a really, really hard time formulating the sentence, completing the sentence, coming up with the words that he needed to say, and it took him a while to do it. And the camera was also on Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was not smiling, and he kind of looked over at Biden. You could see him look over on Biden's side of the camera, and you could see he felt sorry for him. I mean, he really, he was really feeling sorry about what they're doing to this old man, this elder abuse, if you will.
Embarrassing. It's embarrassing for the country, bro. For the country and every liberal rule. The same thing like Justin Trudeau. He doesn't care about the old people. He landed his carbon tax. He's killing his own country. And especially the people that, you know, Canadians are supposed to be like one-off, way better than the Brits because they're the other ones that came off, the Brits. You know, they're a spin-off. Like the U.S. is another spin-off, right, of the Brits. But look at the way you know what I'm saying? Look at the people just need to open their eyes, and especially these young guys, the young girls and guys that think, oh, I got my Samsung, I got my iPhone, I got my whatever the hell it is, HTC. You know, that's not life. When the power goes out, what are you guys doing? Remember when WhatsApp broke down? Oh, my God.
After Moar, when everything was Mazamek?
Yeah. No, it's like Wrecking Ball Ralph broke the internet. You know what I mean? Look, if you notice, look at what's happening, right? They make those movies and then look what happens.
Well, what do you think Biden's going to do now? Dave, you know, you brought up the subject. What do you think Biden should do? Should he step down and let Kamala Harris?
Let me give you another example. It's so bad that they're so blind and they're running. It's like when you turn on the light and the cockroach start running around, or the rat, you know what I mean? It's that Jill, the wife, was bringing him out. Good job, Joe. She's trying to be strong. Okay, I understand that's a wife. You know, I've been through it. I've seen it, dude. But, you know, you yourself should not push the guy. But I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to do your best because your mother, your grandmother, you know, all the good stuff in life. But the thing that you guys are pulling him up, it's almost like, you know, the pirate movie, right? Walk the plank. Right? Ever see those pirates movie? Yeah. Okay, put the plank out. You know, what the hell's a plank? You know, we don't go, you know, the proa don't have no planks on it, right? But when you see the guy walking off the thing, you're like, and the sharks are on the river, you know, down in the ocean. What does that tell you? There's only one way, bro.
And but what's Biden's way out? What is the method? What is it the Democrats are going to do? That's where I'm at. I don't think there is a clear way out for them to do this other than to take it all the way to November and lose the election to Donald Trump.
Check this out. This was their plan all along, but their backup plan is Gavin Newsom, all these other guys that they say. Because Kamala Harris, oh my God.
Disaster.
It's like the tomorrow owl, right? Who? Audio, you know? Audio, you know? You're laughing, and I want to laugh, but let me just tell you, I have another relative that had a similar situation. My grandfather did not, It's not that he still remembers and everything, right? But he had a stroke, so half is gone, right? But let me just tell you, the other half that wasn't there, he could lift his whole body off the hospital bed into the ground. That's how strong he was, bro. 81, maybe 89 when he died.
Oh, certainly the physical characteristics, but I understand.
Ray, let me give you one thing to think. This is for everybody that's 15 above, okay? I've experienced, putting him in a hospice or putting, whatever you want to call that St. Dominic up there, the hell on earth. I hate to say it, but that's the truth, hell on earth. I've seen and experienced it. They don't treat the people the way they're supposed to treat them. And the thing about it is that's what he said, and he was still in his mind, but stroke, he said, I don't want to die here.
Ooh.
So I brought him home, right? Me and my old lady, my mom, brought him home. Who took care of him? My mom died, bro. My mom died, Cello. Boom. 3 days. We didn't even finish the rosary. You know what I'm saying? But then
that's tough.
I'm still taking care of the old man, right? Feeding him through the tube in his stomach. And, hey, good, bro. That's my job. When I was young, they did it for me. So it's my payback. Whether it's however dirty guts and everything, you just do it, bro.
There's people on there. There's people listening right now that have recently been through that. The great privilege of caring for your aging parent. There's not a lot of glory in it, but it is a special privilege.
You think a daycare job is easy? What more the job of an elderly, bro? Remember, you have to lift the guy or girl or whatever, wipe him up, wash him down, then powder him up because you're going to get bed sores if you don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
You got to wash the bed every 2-3 days or not even, the bed sheets. We're not a hospital. We don't got bed sheets every day like they do, but, you do your best,
David, keep doing your best. I appreciate you sharing that experience with the listeners. 856.
What I'm saying is, man, people got to understand, hey, you said, what is Joe Biden going to do? The best thing for him to do, but it might not be the right thing for the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, is that if he just says, I'm sick, whatever, I can't really, whatever.
I just want to lay down.
Finish it. If I win, I lose, whatever, right? Yep. But we got to think about this. This is the Democrats' plan already. If he didn't make it on this debate, they're going to throw somebody in the... Remember, because they didn't even say if he's going to be the Democrat pick.
But who? Who are they going to put in there? We're talking about 38 days between now and the presidential election, and that's not enough time to fundraise. Donald Trump, if he says, "Hey, listen, fundraising right now for the next 2 hours," he'll make $100 million, and he will be able to get more money than the Biden and the Democrats. But I'm just saying, you get guys like Gavin Newsom, Dave, that does not want to just pick up where they leave off. He's going to want to be in charge of his own national campaign, not one of these hurry up deals.
Guess what? A lot of people, hey, Gavin Newsom, the only thing he's good for is con man. He's con California. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Let me give you the story. I talked to my bro, he's in Cali, and he said, hey, dude, since you can vote in America, for president, and he gave me, do me one solid and vote for Trump, right? I told him.
Yeah.
He said, no, I'm voting for Biden. He's already California ice. Right?
Hey.
It's almost like, taking fentanyl and you're dancing on the road.
Don't let him come back to Guam. Don't let him come back. Hey, Dave, I gotta let you run here. Closing thing on the top of the hour. Appreciate your thoughts. You too, buddy. Happy Independence Day. Viva Independence of the United States of America. Declare your independence to uns. All the way through the rest of today and then tomorrow. Coming up in the next hour of the program, we've had her on the phone many times. Debbie Regis from First Shots is going to be in the studio, and the reason why is because we want her in the studio to talk about a number of things that she has got going on. She's an instructor of FFR, FFI, FTI, TFI.
Yeah, Federal Firearms License.
Yeah, FFL. One of those as well. And also very, very interested in something that I've been interested in and tried to promote over all of these years, NRA member, concealed carry member or not. I believe that Guam is becoming more and more of a dangerous town. I'm conditioned orange virtually every time I'm out of town.
Orange, man.
Yeah, you walk into some parking lots at nighttime, even the one in front of your house, even the one in front of your work, and you got to be wary. You got to be very, very critically aware of your situation. You've got to be on defense all the time. And sometimes it's okay. You might be able to run away real fast or jump in the car real fast. But what happens if all of a sudden you are confronted with somebody that means to do you harm? How do you take care of yourself? And boys, you know, they're going to be throwing hands maybe. Girls, maybe not so much. And so it's important to me to make sure that every woman on Guam understands and has access to being able to defend themselves and maybe use of lethal force if necessary with a gun. And so we're going to be talking about those kinds of opportunities among the women with Debbie and the folks from First Shots as the program continues. Got to break away. Fox News Live is coming up here in just a second. I'm going to wonder why I cannot say FFLs and licenses and things like that without spitting. More of the Ray Gibson Show and your safety coming up after these.
Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Families of 9/11 victims reacting to recently released video that they say confirms Saudi Arabia's role in the attacks.
The video, said to show a Saudi intelligence officer helping hijackers surveil the U.S. Capitol, makes Brett Eagleson, president of 9/11 Justice, mad.
Our government has failed to bring us accountability, closure, and justice.
Victims' families say it wasn't discussed during the CNN presidential debate, and they want the presumptive party nominees to address it. Eagleson says there's bipartisan belief the Saudis were involved in 2001.
And it's unconscionable that the two candidates for president of the United States are refusing to address this issue.
They say it's time to hold the Saudi government accountable instead of handing out thoughts and prayers.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The sentencing for former President Trump in his New York hush money trial has been pushed back until at least September after yesterday's Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity.
Trump's lawyers asked for a delay in the sentencing so they could brief the court on immunity. They want to argue that Trump's conviction for felony falsification of business records must be set aside after yesterday's decision.
Fox Business's Lydia Hu. Yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled the president can be immune from prosecution for official acts, but not for unofficial acts. The White House remains on defense after President Biden's debate performance last week.
It was a bad night. It is not uncommon for incumbents to have a bad night on their first debate.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. Most Democrats continue to support the president, though Texas Democratic Congressman Lloyd Doggett is the first Democrat to call for the president to withdraw from the race. The FDA says untreated water used on cucumbers is likely a source of salmonella that sickened over 450 people in the U.S. this spring. America is listening to Fox News.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chelon, San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
House Republicans are calling for all federal employees to return to their offices after years of remote work following the pandemic.
The lawmakers are considering withholding agency funding. The Department of Education is one that lawmakers are targeting. A 2023 Office of Personnel Management report says education is only utilizing 17% of its space in its Washington offices. That report says Health and Human Services is only using 19% of its space here in Washington. So there is a proposal in the House for 50% cuts to the administrative budgets of those agencies. The union representing 750,000 federal and D.C. government workers says members of Congress should understand since lawmakers are only in session less than half the year.
Fox's Mike Emanuel in Washington. An iconic rock singer has announced a serious health diagnosis.
Ann Wilson, the lead singer of the band Heart, revealed she has cancer, and the band is postponing the remainder of their shows on their Royal Flush Tour as she undergoes treatment. Wilson said in a statement that she underwent surgery to remove the cancerous growth and is recovering, but her doctor wants her to undergo preventative chemotherapy in order to fully recover, which means the rest of the shows on the band's North American tour have been put on hold until next year. Wilson said in a statement, "This is merely a pause. I've much more to sing," adding, "Respectfully, this is the last public statement I'd like to make on the matter." Anne and her sister Nancy Wilson and their band Heart rose to fame in the 70s. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
The Food and Drug Administration has approved a new Alzheimer's drug that it says can modestly slow the disease. The medication from Eli Lilly is for patients with early or mild cases of dementia caused by Alzheimer's. It's only the second Alzheimer's drug to be approved by the FDA. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Cool off with Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty, the newest sweet summer treat. Balancing tart and sweet notes, taste the freshest fruit flavors of strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Transport your senses to a cool summer vacay with this smooth, creamy, and vibrant treat. Don't miss out and get it while you can. Head on over to Frosty Time and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Triple Berry Frosty.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Regardless of branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
6 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're talking about cheater glasses here in a second. It's a conversation about guns. We're going to be talking about guns and bullets and women. You know, my three favorite... No, there needs to be beer in there, too. Yeah. But I don't know. You know, they always say guns and beer don't mix. They don't do it the same way I do. But anyway, 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning, you found the Ray Gibson Show. Portions now brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And tell you what, this the standard with which I want you to purchase your next Nissan is go and find out how many guns you can put in one. That ought to be the thing. That ought to be the, you go up to NissanGuam.com. You take a look at some of the items that they've got for you. We've got all kinds of crossovers and SUVs, including the 8-seat Armada. Well, the seats will fold down, and then you can put all your gun cases and everything in there, and lots and rounds and stuff. And you're going to love the fact that it's got 400 horses under the hood. It's going to bring those guns and those rounds anywhere you want to bring them. They've got the Versa, they got the Sentra, 35 miles to the gallon. So what you don't spend on gas, you can spend on rounds and training and guns, right? So put it together with NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Hurry. Almost Independence Day. There's going to be unsing somewhere. So in the last hour of the program, and I've got a guest, and I'll introduce her in just a moment, but in the last hour of the program, I was asking the question, where is the latest SACMA bar? It used to be like Riverside was a good one. Double A before. Debbie's looking at me like, well, God, why don't ask me this.
I have no idea.
But where's the new one now? Rico says it's online cha-cha bars now. Bunker remembers red carpet at the Cliff Hotel.
Island Dog.
That might require some degree of research here. Some degree of research to sort all of that stuff out. Dave Dueña said, "Good Times is the fundraiser capital of Guam, just the right size and awesome bands." I don't know. I like venue as for fundraisers because it's close to my house. Sherry Iriarte's online. So is Taylor Garrido and so many others that are hanging out here. Somebody wrote and said it was W. As in the W in Tumon?
Oh, yeah.
Is that open for people of a certain age?
It's still open. It's popping, yeah.
Is it? But I thought it was like W was for kids. No, I mean like my daughter's age kids. I mean, not
See, that's why you go there when you're older with your Chapman. You to see everyone
nobody will
kids.
see you. Used to be you could afford to go to Saipan for this, but I don't know. I'm not promoting infidelity in any way, shape, or form.
Saipan.
As we make our way through all of this, 9 after 9 o'clock in the morning, somebody turn the microphone on. But it's not Norman Analista that is sitting in the Donna D chair. Right now, Debbie Regis is in there. How you doing, Debbie?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
It's so awesome meeting you because we've talked on the phone a million times. We're WhatsApp pals. Whenever you've got something going on over at First Shots, the answer is like, yeah, whatever. Let's get you on the radio. Let's start talking about it. So for those of you that have never heard one of those conversations or don't understand what First Shots is and what everything is all about, I'll give it to you like this, if you will, and that is, as I started to say in the last hour, Guam has become a lot more dangerous than it ever was before. Now you find 100 things that you can blame it on. You can blame it on crystal methamphetamine. You can blame it on alcohol. You can blame it on just guys that were raised weak. And the only thing that they know how to do is beat up on women. There's all of these factors out here, and I believe that the women of Guam have not seen the same kind of risk as they see now. I mean, you look in the magistrate reports in the newspaper, and outside the crystal methamphetamine cases, there's so many family violence issues that are going on out there. And, sometimes they get resolved. You go to the courts, you get a restraining order. But as guys like me are fond of telling women like you, it's just a piece of paper.
Yes.
It's just a piece of paper.
Yes. At some point, we have to, I was raised in a time where we could leave at a time period where we could leave our doors unlocked and not worry about it.
People think that we made that up. People think that was a made up thing.
Very true.
You leave the house during the day, and the kids are at home, and leave the doors open because you never know when they're going to be coming back in and out. Yeah. We didn't worry about somebody from the neighborhood, the next street down, coming in and stealing everything that we own. It was
hurting us.
Or hurting us.
Yeah.
It was a different time.
A different time for sure. And at some point, women need to take responsibility for their own safety and their family. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what I do.
You were one of the first people I thought of when they had that carnapping at Payless, and the way that went down. It was a woman with the kids in the car, and all of a sudden these two thugs come up on them and allegedly steal the car from them. I think they got off on. Didn't they get off on that charge? Joe?
Yeah, they did.
I think they were able to lawyer their way out from under that. But that would have gone differently had you been the woman in that truck.
we hope to keep training and be prepared for that.
For exactly those moments.
Yes.
And I'm lamenting the fact that the alleged driver in the murder of that Korean tourist down in Tumon has been released. I'm bothered by that. But the other thing is, shortly after that murder, Valentine's, there was a murder of a woman, mother. At the restaurant down in not Tumon. We were talking about Central Tamuni right there, in the place. And again, if that was you, that would have had a different outcome.
We hope.
Yes.
We pray and we train. We train and we train and we train.
All right. So getting to the serious side of this, or moving, different angles on this conversation, it's dangerous on Guam, and I agree with you 1,000%. I think the women of Guam need to be able to protect themselves, be able to protect their families, get the training, and learn how to unlearn being afraid of guns.
Yes, and quite honestly, for as long as I've been training women. The two things that scare them is the loud bang, the report from the gun, and the recoil. Those are the only two things. If we can remove that in training, then we would be in a better place. But
okay. So then train with 22s.
We can even train with airsoft guns.
Yeah, airsoft.
Yeah, we start with airsoft and then move them up and go to 22s. Because 22s, you still hear the bang, but you don't feel that recoil. So it's not as scary.
Now, is it a fact? Is it a fact that women are more accurate with 22s?
We're more accurate with anything. What are you talking about?
No,
what are you talking about?
For a lot of the different reasons, and for exactly that, you don't have much of a recoil that doesn't have a lot of noise, so you can concentrate on putting the dot on the dot and making a hole where the target is supposed to be, because you're less concerned about some of those other things. Now, there's and I guarantee every woman and Ranger strange guy has got different stories about all of this. There's a girl, and I remember I was there the first time she picked up a gun. She went to one of our pandemic pew-pews that we used to throw up in Petey, at the Petey range. Anyway, she comes over with some friends. She worked in a nightclub somewhere, and she picked up the gun. And I swear, Debbie, it was like watching somebody, it just automatic, like ringing a bell. Just bang, bang, bang. Every shot she took, she hit the target. I mean, and it wasn't just hit the target. I mean, bullseye level. I mean, we're talking about marksman level. And she went on to become, I want to say, a pretty good competitive shooter. Nice. Just in the last couple of years that she's been doing it. She's found other hobbies and other avocations. But that was I thought one of the greatest things I ever saw. Rico Blancaflor is a big member of the Point family here. He brought his son out to shoot guns with us one day. And so he's shooting. He's bang, 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 pling, pling, pling. He's getting every single one of them. And he says, "Oh, let me try my other hand." What? Bang, 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 and bling, 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 bling. It just everything, whatever he was shooting at, he was down the range. And it was just a pleasure to watch him kind of grow into this great shooter. And his sister, God, there was one. Yes. Well, somebody came in with a Mossberg. And Rico's daughter picks up, is it Mossberg, right? The shotgun, yeah. Okay. And so she picks it up, and she puts it on the shoulder and takes it, squeezes the trigger, bam! And she turns around, and her eyes are big like this, big like saucers. Dad, we got to get one of these. We got to get one of these. I don't know what it is. Sell something. Sell my brother. Oh we're getting a 12 gauge. And it's a beautiful thing to see when you've got somebody that right up until then, never you think has an inkling for something like this. And then all of a sudden you get them to put a gun in there and they get really good at it. Yep. And they get really confident.
Well, I did.
What was your story? How'd you get into shooting?
Well, my husband has been asking me for 20 years to, maybe you should take a class just to learn. Because he's an avid shooter.
Okay, safety. Good to have
enthusiast.
Know how to use it in the house.
And so but I had children, and I had a bad experience, an introduction to guns, not personally, but my neighbor down the road. The father purchased a firearm for hunting, and as it was, the son said, "Hey, Dad, is that gun for me? And is that our gun?" And so, of course, he's saying, "Yeah, boy, it's my gun. I mean, it's our gun." So the kid went to school. Dad went to work. Kid went to school and said, "My dad got, we have a gun. I have a gun." And the kids are saying, "Yeah, okay, well, I don't believe you." So after school, the kids went home. Yeah, and it didn't turn out totally horrible, but they pointed that gun at somebody, and somebody got shot and survived. Survived. But that was my introduction to guns in the house. So I told Phil, no, I do not want guns in my house. 20 years later, fast forward 20 years later, my kids grew up. I'm the mom that took them to karate class, martial arts class. So I've got brown belts, black belts, some in two different arts. Yeah. And I'm the mom that drove them, but I never took the class. So I'm sitting there. Phil goes off island for like 6 weeks of training. I'm there. I'm with the puppy at home. My kids are not anywhere to be seen. And then people started breaking into people's homes. And this time, they weren't just after food. They weren't just after electronics. They were after people. And I thought, I must have scared myself really big, a big way, because I said, man, what if somebody really breaks into my house, and I'm just going to curl up in a fetal position and hope I survive it.
Oh, that's not the courageous way.
No, and then I thought, no, that's not happening. And so Phil happened to call me at that moment to check on me, and I said, I think I'm ready to take that class.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what did it. And of course, I totally was missing. Not only was I missing the paper when I first started, I missed the whole cardboard. I mean, and then I started to take this seriously, and I said, you know what? I've never really sucked at anything I put my mind to it. And I really sucked, I think, the first month. I couldn't figure it out. And then...
Waste of ammo.
No! You never waste ammo. So I started shooting... I started buying rounds,
Okay.
and to the tune of 300 rounds on Saturday, 300 rounds on Sunday. And I
You
said,
got to get better. You have to improve with that.
And then Phil started coaching me, and then I said, I know you already told me that last week. And so after that, he figured he has to pay for me to get professionally trained because I won't listen to him.
Oh, no.
So he started sending me off island, and I started training with professional shooters.
Whoa, wait, off island?
Yes, he would pay the bill. And so, and then I would say, hey, if you want to shoot, you better bring your own 300 rounds.
Did anybody give him a hard time about, hey, you better die because your wife has guns now?
Oh, yeah, they always warn us. Now he warns people.
Right.
Watch out, Deb's teaching her how to shoot, Please don't make her mad with a gun in her hand.
So you got your levels of proficiency. When did you decide that, you're going to kind of go all in? Because now it's not just, Deb, I want to be able to protect my family. I want to be able to protect the house, keep everybody safe. And if somebody is going to be an intruder, they're going to, they better value their life more than I value anything in the house. But when did you decide, you know what, I'm going to make a business out of this. I'm going to turn this into not just a business, but a way that you can, advocate for, be an ambassador to other women to get them to be comfortable with guns?
Well, I actually, funny story. We were looking to invest in another business, and we were turned down. and so, I said, and Phil and I were looking for a retirement business to do something that he and I could do together.
Like you're that old.
Yeah. Well, you're planning right for the future, and so I knew, because I know how to bring freight into Guam. I said, yeah. He asked me, he goes, hey, can you bring this into Guam? And I said, yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
So then we opened up the business. And I thought it was going to be a really mellow retirement job, but no. No.
Well, you've seen you've seen how how it changed Mike Temerowski's life. And his wife and the entire family. You know, I remember. Mike had this right across from Bangor, Guam.
Yes, in Agania.
Yeah, in Agania, and it was one of these places where the fulfillment centers for Walmart or something like that. It cost more money to restock everything, so they'd sell it to another retailer out there, and that's how Mike got in that business. And one of the things that Mike noticed was that all of the gun stuff. Right,
the
accessories, cases, whatever. He knows that he couldn't keep them in the store.
Right,
and then all of a sudden, his business focus changed. Forget about towels and mattresses and all of that stuff. Just give me the gun stuff, and was able to turn that into bargain tactical, and then got himself into the game of not just selling all the accessories and the 511 gear and all of that stuff, but he also turned it into a business where you could go in there, and if you've got the right license, you can get yourself a firearm of any kind.
Yes.
And I thought that was fantastic, and I always tried to support him and his business, regardless of where it was, whether he's selling cars or whether he's selling guns. That's the background there. So I can see where that's working. I got another friend, my Glock I got from a cop who is a FFL.
Yes.
And I thought that was great. So, and this was kind of around the same time as there was a lot more conversation about, personal gravitating towards firearms because we finally gotten our heads out of our butts with concealed carry.
Yes.
That one, I think.
That one was a
big moment.
Struggle.
Yeah,
and after that, gun sales went to the roof with concealed carry.
Yeah, because there was concealed carry, and you could do this without having to find somebody at the chief's office and kiss their butt. That was the old way. You needed to convince the chief of police that you needed to have a gun concealed.
Yes.
Maybe you work with a lot of money. Maybe you're the guy on the radio and you get a lot of death threats or whatever, but that was the only way to get it. Then the Ninth Circuit Court, surprise, the Ninth Circuit Court said, no, you can't put anything in front of that, and even having to go to the chief of police or whatever. If you've got it, we became not a may carry. We became shall. Yeah,
shall
not may, shall issue. Yeah, we became shall issue.
Yes.
And that was the floodgates
Pinnacle
opened up.
of it.
Yeah. So that was it. For those of you that are wondering where it is now, and Deb knows my perennial complaint. I think we still have our heads up our butt when it comes to that because my concealed carry permit expired. And instead of just automatically being able to renew it like a driver's license, now they want me to go take another safety class, and it's not in the law. And I've been fighting that ever since.
Yeah, so I'm in agreement with
yes.
that. Yep.
Yeah, there should not be.
You're a true
I know guys.
constitutionalist.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well, I know guys that were in the military. Well, you got the DD-214. You didn't have to take this because you shot a gun during basic. Maybe. Did you shoot a gun anytime afterwards? Maybe not. So why is there this separate class? But I digress. You spent a lot of time talking about all of the things that led us to where we are here today. And again, to underscore the conversation, Guam is a lot more dangerous today for women in particular than it ever has been in my lifetime. And I want to help you anytime I can to help get these women trained, help get them in love with their guns, and put them in a position to be able to protect themselves.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Anytime. So now you have like these girl parties where you get together and talk about guns and stuff. And
we do.
It's so different from the way guys would do it. I tell you what, because guys would just go out there and unload the guns from the truck. Okay, you see what I got? Okay, isn't that great? You want some? Okay, I'll get you one. But you actually take a little more of a social approach.
I do. I do. And that's because my audience is different. And I have found that there are a lot of women that want to learn how the proper way, and are intimidated by when the guys are around. And that's because you guys want to like Rambo it out when you get to the range.
Bro, I'm wearing all my black 511 clothes.
Right,
I got
we're
cop
gonna go
shoes.
Tactical on you.
Tactical
Right.
everything. I have tactical flashlights.
So the approach that we take is we tone it down a notch. We start with step one. And the important thing for me is I want to find out what the objections are. Why don't women, if you want to learn, what are the barriers?
Yeah.
And a lot of us, number one, we're working full-time women working. We are moms. We're wives. So we're running households and just responsible for a lot of stuff and making sure our kids are set before ourselves.
Of course.
And so that could pose a hindrance for their or a learning curve. So I dedicate the first Saturday of every month, so that women can plan ahead of time. And so if they knew what was coming up, and they could schedule things, put things on their calendar.
Make the husband do it. Honeydew. Watch the kids.
And we do limit. They even time. There's such a time constraint with everything they have to do. So we limit the training class to mini sessions, and they're 4 hours from 1 to 5 every first Saturday of the month. 1 to 5, and then after we're done training, we bring everybody back in. We have like last month we had a good barbecue. You guys missed out on the steak.
Hey, well.
If you weren't there, we had steak, potatoes, rice, of course.
There's something for the guys to do while they're waiting for the women folk to come back from the range.
Yeah. Well,
so you've got one coming up this weekend.
I do.
Yeah.
On Saturday.
Okay.
July 6th.
Is it full already?
No, it's not full. But we do want to limit because of the quality of instruction we want to promote. I don't want to lose anybody in the process. So we do want to limit the attendance to no more than 15 women.
Not a problem.
And so we have a few slots open. And so if anyone's interested, please get a hold of me. We're talking about this weekend. This weekend's topic is malfunctions, how to identify them, how to fix it, and get back into the fight.
Tap and rack.
Not only that,
dude. So there's two guns I take to the range: the Glock, and I've never ever had to tap and rack it. And then I've got this other, I forget which it's the P9X or something like that.
Ruger.
The Ruger. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I've got this Ruger, and the Ruger gets mad if you play like 6 rounds, and then it goes, okay, that's it, I'm dirty, and it'll just start ejecting or just they won't fit in the slider anymore, and I got to do all that crap. And that's important that you learn how to do that, because you might be in a situation at some point where you don't have time to sit around and go, honey, it's stuck, fix it.
You see that a lot.
Yeah, you might have to be the one that does the whatever and tap and rack it so that you can get that round where it's supposed to be, and then put it down in somebody's body if they're threatening you or the kids.
Yeah, well, that actually happened not in a defensive situation, but that actually happened to me. So for the longest time, I had an agreement with Phil. We come back from the range. He cleans the guns. I go cook dinner. that was, I thought, the best arrangement.
Okay.
Okay. And so we both kind of agreed to that. So one day I'm at a major competition, and I go to pull the trigger, and I get a squib load.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to clear it. And he's an official, so he can't come over and help me. I just, I made friends with my squad, and one of the guys came over. And so after that, I'm like, nope, you're not doing it for me anymore.
So I just did a Ray Gibson thing again, and you said squib load, and I'm going, nod my head like I know what you're talking about. I've never had that occurrence.
Oh,
Was it a hang fire?
No, it's when a projectile gets stuck in the barrel and won't come out. And then your next shot could be disastrous because you could...
Bang.
The chamber could... erupt or explode,
right? Because there's a round,
right? Because
in the barrel,
because the pressure of the gas has nowhere to go,
right? Except backwards to you.
Yep. I didn't pull the trigger a second time.
Good.
I knew that something was wrong, but again, that's with training, So
that scares me.
Yeah. So you have to pull the trigger enough to know what the gun feels like, what the firearm feels like when you pull the trigger,
and nothing happens.
And nothing happens, and you have to know. The sound level should be at some normal, some normal sound when it comes out, or rate, or how loud it is, how loud the report is makes a difference. So when you hear, when you feel like you pull the trigger and the report wasn't as loud as it normally is, or you didn't get that recoil, nothing really happened, right? Then don't pull the trigger again. And again, that's what we cover. So we're covering all of that on Saturday.
What's the phone number for people to get a hold of you?
671-898.
Wait. 898.
8914.
8914. Okay, put that up on the screen so everybody can see it. If you're just listening to the radio, I know how it is when things like that happen. They give you a phone number. So just remember this part of the show. Go and watch this thing on YouTube Live a little bit later on YouTube as a video on demand. Just scroll over to where we are here, and it's up on the screen under her face, so you can see what number to call to get yourself in. So not quite full for this coming Saturday. What do your candidates need to bring with them? What do some ladies listening right now going, okay, I'm going to do this. Okay. What do you want them to bring?
So I need their firearms ID when they come, and they bring their firearms and their ammo. If you don't have it, you have a firearms ID, and you don't have a firearm, you need to let me know. We'll make all as we register.
She has plenty.
I have toys.
and if not, if some of the girls are anything like the guys, there'll be extra guns there. There will be somebody else will have additional guns and rounds to bring with them. But they need to have a firearms ID already?
When you have a firearm, you're touching up one of mine, you have to. Anyway, you're touching anybody's firearm, you have to have a firearms permit. Yes. You must have a, even to carry ammo. Did you know that? To be in possession of ammunition?
Really?
Yes. So please stop sending your wives or your kids to come pick up ammo without.
Where's the Constitution here?
That's Guam law. So for now, until we get our senators to change that.
Well, I mean, there's a whole list of things that I think that they need to change. One law that they need to provide for, and that is the Hearing Protection Act.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see one of the brave and courageous members of the 37th Guam legislature, while you still have time, put together that legislation that would allow for it. This is not Hollywood. This is not the movies. And it's not, a tool for assassins to be able to go out there and deal death at will. It is, and if you've ever been on a range and something happened with your hearing protection, your headphones fall off, the earbuds pop out of your ears, it's loud and it's dangerous, and you can cause permanent damage to your hearing. If we're allowed to be able to put an additional device on my firearm that reduces the amount of noise, it doesn't eliminate it, does not silence it, it reduces the amount of noise coming from that gun, the better it's going to be for my ears and the ears of everybody else around. So that's something that I'd love to be able to see them move forward with. Now, where do you go in the training? So it's going to be Saturday, and all the girls are going to get together with their pink Glocks and their pink holsters, and then we're going to go to range, right? Is there going to be like 5 minutes of classroom, and then the rest of it is range?
No, it is. This particular Saturday is all range.
All range?
Yes.
Sweet. Well, I've already got their firearms ID. May already have their gun.
So for the ones
The
that
assumption
don't,
is they've already had a safety class.
yes. Oh no, I actually I cover that,
Mhm.
and then we go right into. But that's all. It's all range time.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So for the ones that don't have they have an interest but don't have a firearms permit, I have some airsoft guns for you. You can try that. You just cannot hold a firearm.
Surprisingly strong, the airsofts.
Yes.
Some pellet guns that I'm playing. A friend of mine left Guam, and she had a couple of pellet guns and pellets and CO2 charges, and she's like, "Do you want these?" I'm like, "Yes." And I immediately went out and did everything that I'd watched my grandfather do when he was testing out a pellet gun or something like that. Is get a phone book.
Yeah.
And see how many pages the round goes through. I stacked up a whole bunch of beer cans because I wanted to figure out how many beer cans how many beer cans it would go through before it finally stopped. And I was just amazed at the velocity and the power of these things.
Yes, I tried the first time I shot an airsoft gun.
Mhm.
It shot clear across my yard. So I was saying, wow, this can be dangerous if we're not careful.
I'm sure it'll break the skin.
Oh, yeah, it
And I mean, if I needed to take care of the chicken that crows at 1 p.m. while I'm doing my nap.
No.
Yes, there's my daddy story, right? Daddy story. I learned how to be an old man from my grandfather, and Daddy he took a nap every day because the priest taught him to take a nap. They were all Spaniard priests back in the day, so they taught him how to take a nap every day, and he did. And every once in a while, there would be chickens in the backyard in Agana where he lived. And so these are the old school days. You're old enough to remember we had louvered windows.
Yes.
And a screen on the outside.
Yep.
All right, so Daddy had the louvered windows, and there was a hole in the screen just big enough for the front of the gun, just big enough. And, it was a pellet gun,
Oh my
and it was
God.
one of these big. You had to charge the thing up.
Yeah.
Here is
Like a daisy?
Yeah, no, it's a Crossman
Bigger?
or something. But it had this big pump that you had to like 18 or 19. He was a strong man, and he'd get 9 or 10 or 11 out of these things, and he'd build up a hell of a lot of pressure, and he would put the gun and put the rifle out the window, and we had chicken for dinner.
Okay, that probably wasn't so bad.
Yeah, here's just be very careful when you chew because there's a pellet in there.
Somewhere.
Don't swallow the pellet. 9:36 in the morning. Well, you got a lot of guns in your family in the history besides Phil?
No. Oh, and
It's for you growing up. I mean,
No.
outside of those other experiences. Really?
no, I'm a family of all girls.
Uh-huh.
So no.
Dad should have had a gun then.
Well, my father passed away when I was 4.
Ah,
My
I
mom raised us
see.
really old school,
I
so
see.
there were
Okay.
no guns.
Yeah.
But when you grow up in the South, they're kind of rough.
I heard, chicks from the South, rageous chicks from the South. How far do you want to get into that conversation? 9:36, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be. Deb Rageous is in the studio. She's with First Shots, and every first Saturday of the month they have a get together with the ladies. So if you're a lady that's listening, then by all means, do you let people come back? I mean, can girls that were there last month, first Saturday, can they swing by and check out the fun?
Absolutely. It's actually it's like a continuing education. We just take the process of shooting, break it down into chunks that we can absorb, think about, practice, and then come back the next month and we add on to that.
Okay.
So it's a phenomenal
I like the program. I wish there were programs like that for guys. We don't generally hear about that. I think the mentality is you get a gun, that's all you need to do is, we'll throw a couple of words at you like aim small, miss small, aim big, miss big, those kinds of things. But I think and I was treated to when I was in the FBI Academy. You will suffer all of the other things that you've got to do in the FBI Academy because at the end. There's range day.
Yep.
And so we did range day, and I was able to get out there and shoot FBI-approved Glock 45.
How did you do?
I did okay. I came in second. in their competition. Tracy Limtiaco beat me.
So sorry.
No, I was happy. I'm happy to lose to a woman. You know how I am, and you know how I want women to be strong and confident and independent and able to take care of themselves. And if that means they're going to be better at shooting a gun than I am, then that makes me happier. Hell, you know what, Tracy? I'll be behind you when the shooting starts. I'll be behind you. You can be in front of me and take out the bad guys. And I'll just, I'll be in the back. I'll reload. That would be my job. I'll just stack them in the magazine.
She knows how to reload her own.
Probably. What when you think about, the misconceptions, obviously you deal with a lot of new, shooters, new ladies that come out every once in a while. Are there misconceptions that you feel like you've got to clear up, either with them or with the, men that you shoot with?
Yes. The gun doesn't make the man or woman. That's the first thing for the guys. You actually have to train. For the women, there are women that actually feel that if a firearm is on the table, they feel that the firearm may go off, even if it's unloaded.
By itself?
Yes. And
don't act and bob of the gun, otherwise it will go off?
Right. There are, women really do, sad to say. And so we put the firearms on the table and nothing happens. So once we get over that, and a lot of it is Hollywood. People watch a lot of TV, and a lot of people watch The Matrix, and they think that they can do that. And no, it's not. It's
not like that.
It's really not true.
I don't know. I like the John Wick movies.
Yes, and that's fine for enjoyment, but the guns really don't do that.
Right. I mean, you watch the John Wick movies, obviously, and do you ever just, the willing suspension of disbelief just goes out the window when you watch that? So, come on, you've got to reload something. You can't just throw 18 rounds down this guy on one clip.
It's terrible. We watch that and we start counting rounds, how many shots, and we're like, okay, that is so not true.
Yep.
And so that's kind of...
Oh, and then people get shot and they just kind of, rev themselves off and going, no, that's not what's going to happen. No. And depending on what kind of ammunition you're using, there's a possibility that you may be missing an entire arm. It's not just a hole in the arm. You might lose the whole thing.
Yes.
Which is why safety is so important.
Yes. And repeat. Sad to say, but any gun skills that you learn will perish if you do not. It is a perishable skill, so you need to come back and train and retrain.
Well, bam, but we need range. Everybody,
you know what? That's no excuse. You can dry fire. Guam, you need to dry fire.
Okay, all right. Well, what about those gizmos they have that simulate using light beam? I forget what the name of it is. They advertise with it every once in a while. The stateside shows, where there's an attachment you put on the gun.
Mantis and yes, so there's tools.
Yeah,
and there's. I cannot think. There's one that actually simulates recoil. Yes, recoil. No, nothing comes out. No projectile comes out of the gun, but it simulates recoil.
Wow,
with
kind
CO2,
of a haptic response, right?
With CO2. The other thing that you can do that everyone can do is use an airsoft gun to practice. So, on that note, last Saturday we had a inaugural. Family Day, Action Air Family Day.
Right. We did the interview last week.
Yes.
And I'm told a lot of people came out.
Yes. It was a success. So I'm very happy about that. I didn't realize so many moms want their children to learn the safe gun handling skills from professionals. You know, they don't want their kids to learn in someone's backyard. And so we had a phenomenal showing. So it was great. A lot of kids came out. We taught them how to identify guns, what not to do with them, who to tell. And then after that, after we taught them the safety rules, we went out and we shot actually 3 stages. And the kids just, they went at it. They went to town with the airsoft guns.
And then you go to Champion Sporting Goods and buy one. This is what I want for my birthday and Christmas.
Hey, or you can buy it from me. What are you talking about?
Wait. I forget. So FFL, so let me ask you a couple of FFL questions. What is the most popular selling gun? What are people buying these days? Men or women?
Honestly, lately it's been a SIG P365. The macro.
Okay.
This is the one with the compensator and the a red dot if you want.
Okay.
If you shoot, or if you don't want the red dot, you can have it with the iron sights.
It feels like I shoot better if I've got a red dot.
Well.
I mean, for some people, right?
Yeah. If you have like me eyesight issues, then.
Well,
red
and
dots
that's
will always.
so that takes the conversation back to the beginning. Here is I had LASIK a few years ago. I am 20/20 to the horizon. I read the newspaper off of from a car across the street. Not a problem.
great.
I got these great eyes from the LASIK, but it's screwed up. As anybody that's ever had LASIK knows, there's a very good chance that it will speed up the process. If you have if you've got issues with up close reading, it makes them worse. It exacerbates the problem. So after I got my LASIK, I mean, I could still kind of make out things in front of me without having to put reading glasses on. The next morning, I could see every leaf in the tree, but I couldn't read the menu. At the restaurant, and I'm going, oh, this is it. This is reading glasses all the time for sure now. And so that's okay, but I don't wear reading glasses when I'm at the range, when I'm going bang, bang, matayao. So how do you, aside from getting a longer barreled gun, how do you compensate for the short vision, the lack of a decent short vision?
So there are shooting glasses. There are shooting glasses are available. In fact, they're like pilot glasses. Where they turn their lenses upside down.
Okay.
So normally the prescription portion is at the bottom below your pupil. They flip it, and then you can see. You're able to stat it, because if you have glasses and you're always looking down to read, that's why they put it in the bottom.
Yeah.
But when you're shooting, you need your head
up.
Yep. So what they do is they flip the lenses and have the prescription up top, so that you keep your head up and you can see the distance. So that's all measured by your doctor.
So I go see the optometrist,
So
and they'll sort out what magnification
yes, and
I
you
need.
actually have to measure the distance between
From the
your eye
from the eyeball
to your front sight.
Okay.
Yes, it's a
that
real thing.
accurate. Oh my God.
Yes,
I mean, that we're talking about.
And you tell your doctor, this is important to me.
Yeah.
And
so because that's my crutch. That's what I blame things on. When they say, Ray, how come you can't hit the target? And I go, because I got short vision issues. I can line up the sights, but they're all of them blurry to me.
yeah,
And-
you have to be able to see the front sight very clearly.
Yeah. Now I'm also a Roni guy. I've got the attachment. I couldn't resist it. Rico and Dave Torrey and I all went out and got Ronis like the same week. And but the cool thing was, and Tamarowski loved it because he got to sell me every other attachment and every other accessory I hadn't bought before. But what I loved about it was it came with a sight. He picked out a good sight for me.
Nice.
And
did he give it to you?
No, of course not.
What?
As much as I talk about him on the radio, you'd think, right? But one of the great things once after I got it dialed in, and I don't know if this happens with other shooters, but after I got it dialed in and could be almost 100% assured every time I shot, every time I pulled the trigger that I was going to hit the bullseye, it kind of got boring.
That's because you're not doing practical shooting. You're doing static shooting.
Okay.
And so the difference is that we set up an obstacle course that changes for every stage, and so now you're trying to balance your accuracy, your speed, and the power of your ammo.
Yeah.
So then it becomes very interesting.
The Roni is fun, but it's not fun to walk with. It's
very
not fun to move around with.
Well, it depends, because we actually have disciplines where we're shooting nothing but 22 long rifles. We're shooting PCCs. There's an actual discipline. And now there's an action air discipline. So, and action air, you can shoot pistols and rifles.
Huh.
And I think PCCs too.
So this is just you and your girlfriends doing this. When is it? Where do the guys get to do this?
No. The guys can do. So I do a few different training classes, and it just kind of looks like it's all molded into one, but it's not. It's not.
So
it's not only,
let's me and my boys are going to want to come out and hang out and then shoot guns.
Okay. So if you have a gun club, affiliate with MPSA, because that's the group that that has all the disciplines that you can participate in.
Okay, this is a bigger conversation that we've got time for, because it almost is a discussion about the genealogy, if you will, of the federation, and we go from the individual shooter on Guam, and then we go all the way up to the chain of command, and then there is a national association that now we've got a version of here on Guam.
Yes.
Yeah, and so that means that I think it's going to allow for a lot more capabilities as it comes in. So the next time you got something big coming up with that, let me know.
Okay.
And then we'll do another interview so we can talk specifically about that, because it will make for a kind of it will set up a competitive environment for our shooters.
Oh, it does.
And-
It's in existence.
Yeah, it's already there.
Yes.
There's a lot of people that are involved with it. You just don't know. You have no idea. Because I've found that a lot of times they don't brag about it. The judge sends on
Yes.
shoots.
Yes.
And has competed off island shooting.
Yes, there's actually there are several women that are very competitive.
No idea.
Yes.
No idea. Yeah.
So and if you travel to the Philippines, if you travel to Thailand,
Mhm.
if you go there for a vacation, go there for a vacation, shoot a match on a weekend,
Yeah.
and then go back to your vacation. It works out.
But so I would get into this line of thinking that everything in the world is complicated. Just getting on an airplane is complicated. So if I was to join this club and if I displayed some degree of proficiency and they said, Ray, you're coming with us, man, we got a tournament somewhere, coming with us. I want to bring my own rigs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a pain in the ass.
No.
No?
There's the host, whoever the host club is at the country that you're going to, you just give them your ID, your passport information, so that they can let their government know you're coming in, and then what type of gun you're bringing in, and they will give you a permit for that country. No, we have.
I'll be darned.
This is all worked out.
But what about leaving Guam? What do I have to do? Put it back in the gun case that I got it from, and
Yeah,
put a
same
lock
way.
on
So
that.
every airline has their own rules. So
I
you
see.
have to follow the airline rules.
Okay.
So
Can't carry it
depending
on.
Well,
No carry
you
on.
can. You just have to lock it up in a lockbox.
There's
There's a lot of people that believe that you cannot. I don't know how this rumor started, but people were on Guam were saying, if you're going through Japan, forget it. Don't bring your guns, and that is so not true.
I'll be darned.
Now, if you're getting off in Japan,
Yeah.
don't bring your guns.
Yes,
but
yeah.
if you are
just transiting.
if you're just transiting, you can.
Well, just got to go in the baggage?
Yes.
Okay.
It has to be checked in, and you have to declare it, just
Okay.
like you declare food.
Yeah.
And then you on the other side, you get it from an office.
That does sound like a fun way to do a trip.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. So you just need to know what the rules are, what the laws are at the other side, wherever you're landing, wherever you're going.
But that's the fun part of being part of an international association
Yes.
is they've got all of that stuff figured out.
Yes, there's people that.
So when
that take
is
care
the
of
next one? When's the next trip?
So Guam is sending a group of 8 or 10 people to Bali, and we have There's a
Never
tournament
mind the
happening
bang
in-
bang. Let's go to Bali.
We're going to Bali, and we're gonna shoot and have a lot of fun and eat good food. And I think
Deb's going to come back with cornrow hair.
right. And a massage.
And Bali Belly. This will be fun. 10 away from the top of the hour. I'm so glad that we finally got you in the studio. This is more fun than what a great way to end the Wednesday show before Independence Day. And
Right.
and I think I'm going to use that to underscore the challenges that we have as gun owners, as Second Amendment people here on Guam. It's still not easy enough.
No, not easy enough.
It's got to be made easier. It's got to be made less expensive. It's got to be made less restrictive. We're talking about an amendment that was given to us by God, protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. And that's all anybody needs to know about that. But like anything else, you've got to use it. You
Yes.
got to use it. If you don't be like smokers and let everybody, the bureaucracy, walk all over you. Fight. Anything that comes out that has got to feel like it is going to be a restriction on you as a member of the United States of America, using and taking advantage of your Second Amendment God-given rights, you've got to fight. You got to fight like your hair is on fire.
Yes, and the other thing that the other piece of advice is, guys, election day is coming up. You need to know who's there to protect your Second Amendment rights.
The brave and courageous men of the legislature.
Yes, but you need to know which ones will actually fight for you, and which ones are trying to restrict you and your Second Amendment rights. So it's important to know who's who and who's there to really support the Second Amendment.
Okay, so where's your range? Can you drop me the pin on where the range is? Yeah. No, there's a couple of places I can go that I want to shoot, and all of I've identified them by the signs that say no shooting. Private property, no shooting, which means that's where I'm going to go and shoot. That's why I'm happy I got a Nissan Frontier. Take me to some of those off-road spots. 9:52. Deb, thanks for coming by the radio station.
You're
you
welcome.
have an awesome day. And if there's anything that you need Friday to get, the full complement of ladies at the dining, at the shooting and dining thing,
Yes.
then let me know.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, what's for dinner?
On Friday?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm not sure yet what's on the menu. My job is the training.
Okay. So what's
But
Phil?
it'd be good food no matter what.
Is Phil going to turn and burn some meat?
Phil's going to be. He's my greatest supporter, so
I'm
he'll be there.
looking forward to meeting the guy. 9:53 and change. I'm going to selfie up here with Deb. Real Joe's going to drop a couple of commercials, and we'll kill the last couple of minutes of the pre-Independence Day program.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545 or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Nice. Did you see the big crowd?
He wanted to know about the skeet.
I'll get you in a second. Big crowd at the Southern Mountain Gear 5K.
Hey.
About 80 people ran last night.
Man.
Yep.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna run too.
You had other plans.
Beer.
Yeah.
Beer first. 9:55 in the morning. Understand somebody's asking about skeet or clay shooting on Guam, and Deb has no knowledge of that. If it exists in a special kind of underground and very, very elite group of people who don't want to be found.
Like Lee Weber.
I'd ask him too.
Yeah, I shot with him before.
With skeet shooting?
Yeah,
or?
he has like that machine that shoots out the clay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're supposed to shoot it while it's still
flying in the air.
Yeah, I don't. Not really 1,000% sure on how I would do with that. Given my vision issues. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, like that. So
read a paper from across.
Need to slow that down. We need to. How slow? Biden slow. We need to make them Biden slow. 9:55 and change. I put all of my toys away, so I might have to get around to doing something like ad-libbing for the next 4.5 minutes between here and 10 o'clock in the morning. It is Liberation Weekend. It is the Independence Day celebration tomorrow, and I wish there would be more by way of celebration specifically for the 4th of July. We make a big deal about Liberation Day, as we should. And in my mind, though, they ought to have something like an equal footing. Several years ago, my daughter and I were traveling, went to go to visit my old man and Mama Terry and Beck and the kids in North Carolina. And we were in a relatively small town. Matthews is the name of the place. And you could drive right through Matthews in about 30 seconds if you weren't looking. It was that kind of a small town. The school over here, nice school over here. We got the mayor's office over here. There's a hardware store in the middle of town. The kind of country hardware store. If they didn't sell it, you didn't need it. It was that kind of place. Volunteer fire departments and the like. And we were there on the 4th of July, and they had the entire town came out for the 4th of July celebration. I mean, everybody was out there. And they're kind of burbs off in the area, but there's, a complement of people that kind of live right there in town. And that was their big celebration. The mayor's coming out here, and there's a marching band, and everybody's got red, white, and blue, everything on. And we eventually ended up at, after watching the parade, everybody kind of got to their version of a little bit of a Central Park. It couldn't have been any bigger than Skinner Plaza. And then they had this big community-wide 4th of July celebration, and there was fireworks, and there was beer, and there were fireflies, and it was just a wonderful kind of event, and so different from the way that I'm used to celebrating the 4th of July here on Guam. You go to the beach, barbecue, VFW. The guys run in the 6.7-mile run that the Guam Running Club is going to be doing tomorrow. I can give you details in the last minute or so of the broadcast. But it was unique, and I want to say uniquely American, and hopefully we'll get a taste of that uniquely American pride, the unique American spirit in whatever versions of our 4th of Julys are. My recommendation, 11 o'clock, even if you don't eat, even if you just go hang out and want to shake hands and say hello to people from the VFW, by all means do that. APL made it so that they should not have to worry about running out of any food or paper plates or any of that stuff tomorrow. So make sure you get a chance to swing by that. And then the Freedom Rock celebration. We give them a hard time about the no list, but there's going to be fireworks and there's going to be get-togethers, and you might be able to get yourself a cold beer and shake hands with one of not one, but 2 admirals that we've got here. 9:59 and change. You take the last minute of the show. Go.
All right. Hey, Hafaday, Ray, and have a happy 4th of July, and happy 4th of July, Guam. Yesterday, I